this budget process, and every step of the way we've worked closely with him and his team. Arom also recognize the presence of Dr. Arthur Benomugisha, the Executive Director of ACCOD, Advocacy Coalition for Development and Environment, who has already been a very close partner. We also have the CEO of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, Mr. Humphrey Simwe, the CEO of Private Sector Foundation Uganda. If I forget to recognize him after here, I have no job. Mr. Stephen Asimwe, I think, has stepped out. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have representatives, of course, from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We'll be introducing them as and when they come in. Uganda Revenue Authority, the private sector, representatives of the private sector from different sectors that mirror Uganda's economy. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, PSFU being the apex board of the private sector, we have 12 sectors, as you will know going forward. And each of those sectors is ably represented here. So, captains of the industry, you're welcome to this national post-budget dialogue of the private sector. And just as I said, in a moment, when the chief guest comes in, we shall be starting with the national anthem and the East African anthem. Then we quickly go through the program. This is a breakfast meeting, so we don't intend to keep you here for long. And being the private sector, we value time because time is money. So we want you to go back to your businesses and make money. So we will not really keep you here for a very long time. Thank you. Once again, you're welcome. The guests are coming in seconds. Also allow me to recognize the presence of Mr. Alex Rubanga, who is representing Commissioner Customs, civil society organizations, and the private sector. That's why the entire civil society organization fraternity is represented here. We have a representative from UDC. Those who need business partnership with UDC, Mr. Dokoria is here. Allow me also, as she walks in, recognize the presence of Ms. Diana Nanono. Diana Nanono is the private sector voice at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the private sector development unit. So she ably represents us at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. She watches the back of the private sector. Allow me also recognize the presence of our COO, Chief Operations Office of PSFU, Ms. Grace Shemire Gwaku, who has chosen to sit behind. Grace, you're welcome. Aran Senyondwa, Director Policy Advocacy at Uganda Manufacturers Association. I normally call him the chief manufacturer of policies for the manufacturing fraternity, and also is the OB, one of the OBs of Private Sector Foundation Uganda. So we decided to lend him to UMA. We had also borrowed him from UMA previously. So we keep changing hands. Maybe after PSFU, I could also go to UMA. He comes back to PSFU. Who knows? Aaron, you're welcome. So part of why we are here, of course, as PSFU, during the entire planning cycle, we heavily engage with the private sector through research and, of course, engage with the government to make sure that the aspirations of the private sector and those key policy and budget related issues that can or will essentially make the private sector grow, be competitive, ably managed. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our chief guest, the PSST, Mr. Ramadan B. PSST, you're most welcome to the private sector post-budget dialogue. And thank you for blessing this occasion. And as the ambassador of the private sector at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for keeping time. And since our chief guest is here, we are going to have the anthems, the Ugandan national anthem and the East African anthem. And we quickly go through our program. anthems. Please, let's stand for the anthems. Thank you. Let's have a prayer. Lord, we thank you for this morning, and we thank you for our country, Uganda, and for the private sector. We pray, Lord, that you bless this dialogue and let everything that shall be discussed here be for the growth of our economy. In your mighty name we pray. Amen. You may have your seats. Our guest of honor, the PSST, Mr. Ramadan Gobi. You're most welcome to the private sector post-budget dialogue. Madam Sarah Kajingo, the Vice Chair, Board of Directors, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Madam Shari Kongai, Chair, Policy Advocacy Committee, PSFU, and also Chair of the Construction and Real Estate Sector at Private Sector Foundation Uganda Board. Mr. Badru Ntege, Chair of the ICT Sector at PSFU Board. The CEO of Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Mr. Stephen Asimwe. The President of Uganda Tourism Association, Mr. Herbert Byaruhanga. The ED of CSBAG, Mr. Julius Mukunda. The ED of Accord, Mr. Arthur Vinomujisha. CEO Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, Mr. Humphrey Asimwe. Representative of the Uganda Revenue Authority, the tax correction body. Other representatives from various business organizations and entities. Representatives from other civil society organizations who are here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think I've tried with protocol because private sector had observes protocol unless they have made money. The reason we are here today, number one, is to account to our members on the different engagements we've had with government as regards the budget and government planning cycle, what we have achieved from those engagements, but also, Mr. PSST, we use this same opportunity to start the next planning cycle. That is to consult our members on what issues have not been addressed by government that we can engage government on going forward. and also use this same opportunity to let our members or the private sector know how best they can make good use of the budget. And I think our chief guest will do justice to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to save time, we will have some slight amendments in the program because our chief guest has limited time, because this economy must keep moving at that curve that the minister promised us. So he has to go to other engagements. So first I will invite the CEO, who will also invite the chair, and the chair will invite the chief guest, and we go like that. Thank you, the CEO.
I think let's clap for Julius. He's done a good job. The PSST, Mr. Ramadan Gowi, I prefer to call him the Professor of Economics. Professor, you're welcome. Our chair, represented by Madam Sarah Kajingo, board members, Mr. Badun Tege, Madam Shali, and all the senior private sector representatives, government officials. Because of time, I will observe that protocol. Mr. PSST, you are most welcome. Allow me, on behalf of the private sector, to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and I think he deserves a big hand clap. He has about 4 very strategic meetings this morning, but he decided to spare time. And for that, we thank you for that support. 2, allow me, on behalf of the private sector, to thank you most sincerely that whenever private sector has brought to you issues concerning business environment, you have attended to us, both in person, but also you have instructed your departments below you to support us. Another hand clap. Number 3, allow me, on behalf of the private sector, to thank you most sincerely for establishing a private sector department, which has become a bridge and a liaison for us to engage. And to that effect, Mr. PSST, because of that establishment, private sector engagement and the issues that we have raised with you have grown from a paltry 45%, and currently we stand at 82% because of that. Number 4, thank you also for consistently giving us space and, of course, supporting us in the context of ensuring that we have a well-facilitated business environment. I have a long presentation, which I'll present later because of circumstances of time. But just to conclude my remarks as I invite the Vice Chair, is to, 1, also acknowledge that through your ministry, the Private Sector Foundation Uganda has gotten very many projects that are of interventionist nature, like GROW, Invite, the MasterCard Foundation Lead Farm Structure, and the CEDP. It would be unfair of us not to acknowledge the support through your ministry that has granted the private sector to gain from these fantastic interventions. With those few remarks, I will invite my chair to come and give opening remarks. Invite you, because we know your schedule is tight, and we are the beneficiaries of what you are going to do in the course of today's meetings. Thank you very much. Over to Madam Sarah. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. PSST heads of agencies here represented, Ministry of Finance officials, URA, my colleagues at the board of PSFU, Badru and Shali, our fantastic team at PSFU. And thank you, Director Julius, for the fantastic work you do. I bring you greetings from our chair, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, who is busy at another engagement, also to ensure that there is business growth in the country. As you know, Private Sector Foundation is the apex body of the private sector in Uganda, with over 330 business associations, including Uganda Manufacturers Association, here represented by Alan, one of our founders, and a combined 3.2 million businesses. We were founded in 1995, and we are delighted to build on the bricks of our founders and the chairs over the years. The late Dr. James Mulwana, may his soul rest in peace. Honorable Gerald Sendaula, Dr. Patrick Vitature, Honorable Dr. Eli Karhanga. So you can see that we stand on the shoulders of great people. And Humphrey and I, and the board we lead, are now leading PSFU into a world-class, high-performance organization where people thrive, where the culture is faster. And we therefore extend our heartfelt gratitude to the PSST, to Ministry of Finance, and the entire government for your open door policy, for adopting the raft of measures we usually present to you. We're of course very excited that the government of the Republic of Uganda has for years, close to 4 decades now, ensured a business environment that enables us to thrive. And just as the CEO has reported, we, through dialogue with government, we have attained 82% score in policy advocacy through this financial year. And in that regard, we extend once again our appreciation to you, Ministry of Finance, that devised a strategy to grow our economy tenfold from $50 billion last year to 500 billion United States dollars by 2040. This ambitious goal is anchored on 4 key sectors: agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation, including ICT. And Mr. PSST, I recall just a week ago, you gave a very enlightening keynote in which you shared a statistic that gave us big relief that our debt to GDP ratio as at the end of this month is projected at 47.9%, which means that Uganda's debt is sustainable. Congratulations on that. We also commend you for limiting inflation to 3.6% for May this year, but also for limiting the impact of all these disasters that have befallen us, especially the supply chain. So the statistics are good, and we look forward to the achievement of the positive developments to the extent of the positive economic outlook you cast. On agro-industrialization, we commend government for increasing the budget by 3.6% from Uganda shillings 1.8 trillion to 1.87 trillion, a rise of 64.97 billion shillings. However, this increment, while appreciated, we propose in the medium term strategic investment in research, pest and disease control, support for narrow and de-risking agriculture through increased production and productivity. We propose investment in agriculture mechanization, irrigation systems, and seed multiplication. This will enable continuous and consistent quality production in sufficient quantities to meet the beef market demands. We also appreciate government's efforts to address both non-tariff and technical barriers to trade PSFU, in partnership with government, have conducted a number of business summits in the region and the rest of Africa aimed at resolving these non-tariff barriers, and would like to report here today that Uganda-Kenya relations were revitalized, and Their Excellencies President Museveni and President Ruto directed the ministers and officials to ensure the full implementation of the customs and common market protocols to ensure that we move in the region and trade unimpeded. And I think we need to clap to this. We take this opportunity, Mr. PSST, to remind you of our colleagues in the tea subsector. We have come up with a position paper which we shall soon present to you. These colleagues in that sector are facing a number of challenges related to low market prices, and as a result, they cannot meet their loan obligations and therefore require support from government for financial institutions to restructure their loans and ensure continuous production and protecting livelihoods. On tourism, we are pleased with the budget increase for tourism from Uganda shillings 248 billion to 289 billion. This funding will support Uganda Wildlife Authority, improve infrastructure, enhance security, and provide internet access in tourist areas. An additional $55 billion has been allocated to embassies abroad to promote Uganda as a top tourist destination. But Mr. PSST, we have come across murmurs in the tourism sector with some of our colleagues at Uganda Tourism Board saying they are the agents mandated to market. But we at PSFU would like to foster collaborations. Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been very key in fostering these collaborations, and we will scale that. To maximize potential in this sector, we urge transparency and establishment of performance metrics, implementation of anti-corruption measures strictly, enforcement of austerity measures, which you really were the first to speak about, investment in more tourism roads. Chihihi to Bwindi is pending, Chisoro to Mugahinga, Chisoro to Rushaga, and Nkuringo, and these are the roads to the home of the gorillas, and gorilla trekking is one of our #1 products that we market. Otherwise, we commend you for the carpet smooth Rukunjiri to Chihi Ishasha Road that has just been completed. On mineral development, oil and gas, we were allocated Uganda shillings 920 billion for the next financial year, focusing on the East African crude oil pipeline, promoting clean cooking, and establishment of a petroleum geoscience laboratory. However, the budget for mineral development decreased by 13.8% to 41 billion shillings. We call for strategic use of these funds, prioritization of key projects, and exploring public-private partnerships to leverage resources and expertise. Transparency and accountability are essential, alongside community engagement to address environment and social concerns. Investing in training programs will equip Ugandans with the skills needed to participate in this sector, reducing reliance on foreign expertise. On science, technology, and innovation, the government's commitment is commendable. with significant allocations for projects like Chira Motors, the Presidential Initiative on Banana Industrial Development, Vaccine Development, and the Aerospace Program. To support this, we are driving the national startup policy in partnership with the Ministry of Trade in order to create funding mechanisms like venture capital funds and offering tax incentives to encourage private investment. We also call for the exploration of, we need to explore a way to ensure that the buses by Chira Motors are that the production costs are not very, very high in order to ensure that they are competitive. Strengthening dialogue between the government and private sector is crucial to align goals and expectations. Now, concerns and recommendations. The total resource envelope for this financial year is 72 trillion shillings, with significant reliance on domestic borrowing and refinancing maturing debt. This could crowd out private sector borrowing, raising interest rates, and limiting access to affordable credit. And you know, Mr. PSST, we have, each time we engage you, we are also engaging you about patient capital. And in that regard, we welcome the recapitalization of UDB and the approval of credit lines, a total of 1.8 trillion shillings. To address the concerns around substantial tax revenue targets that burdens businesses, impacting their profitability and competitiveness, we advocate for job creation as a key tax incentive and measures to formalize the informal sector, widening the tax base. The last but not least, Mr. PSST, is payment of domestic arrears. I know that you have variously reported that you're doing well regarding the court awards, but I know too well that there are so many Ugandans that have supplied government, and you know government is a key business partner. They are one of our biggest markets that are not in court. So we urge payment of those domestic arrears. In conclusion, while the budget reflects a positive trajectory for Uganda's economic growth, strategic implementation, collaboration, and transparency are essential. Together, we can achieve the ambitious target of United States $500 billion economy by 2040. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country. It's now my singular honor to invite the PSST, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, one renowned for the economics that works, to address us.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chairperson of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Madam Sarah Kajingo, my good friend of Soft Power, as well as the entire board of PSFU, the CEO of PSFU, another good friend of mine, Stephen, and your management, the members of private sector, the various CEOs of different business entities, my good friends from the civil society, the CEOs who are present, Julius, Arthur. These are permanent, part of furniture of civil society, and they are doing a good job in guiding us. Members of academia, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not forgetting my colleagues we work with in the ministry. I've seen a few of them here, but most especially the one who works with the private sector directly, Diana, and others. Thank you for keeping the ear on ground and bringing up the issues that affect them. It is a great opportunity to address you as private. Okay. They have a very good substitute here. So as the captains of industry, you are the embodiment of both the heart and mind of Uganda's enterprise landscape. I thank the Private Sector Foundation Uganda for convening us here today, and more generally for your contribution in advancing the quality and structure of government's dialogue with the private sector. At the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we consider PSFU one of the country's champions of constructive and evidence-based dialogue. Because often you bring us well-studied proposals, not just emotions and the popular noise, as I usually call it. The theme of today's dialogue, transforming challenges into opportunities, is an important one for the future envisioned in the budget for 24-25 and beyond. Those who know me, I don't like people who just lament about challenges without taking advantage of those challenges. I would want to commend PSFU for having us to talk about how do we transform challenges into opportunities, because that is quite possible. I will right away begin by reminding all of us, and I don't get tired of this, of the priorities that we are putting forth in the forthcoming budget, as laid out by my minister last week. The first was investing in people. The people of Uganda, we are going to continue investing in them. It's our priority number one, through education, health care, water and sanitation, and hygiene. This priority, as they told you, has an approved total allocation next year of 10.2 trillion shillings. It's the largest in the budget, 10.2 trillion shillings. And it is intended to build on the historical gains we've achieved as a country. And as you know, recently, we were confirmed by the United Nations in March 2024 as a country which has moved from low development to medium development category of countries. So our human capital now, Uganda is considered, we are no longer low, we are medium, moving towards high. Our intention is to also be considered, ever since we were born, all of us in this room, without exception, We have been considered as one of the poorest countries in the world, and also one of the countries with the poorest human capital development. Now, for the first time in your lifetime, you are no longer in that league. We have graduated. This is very important for me. It's very, very important. I can now go and walk around the world saying, please look at me. I'm no longer low human capital development category. In the same vein, the UN also confirmed that Uganda has met the criteria for graduating from the category of least developed countries in the world. We have not yet graduated, but we have met the criteria. I want to emphasize this. We have met the criteria. That means if we don't relent and we work on these issues we are discussing, and this is what informed the budget, for us to continue emphasizing those areas we have been working on. In a few years, we shall be declared a middle income, a middle developed country, not least developed. The other priorities in the budget, other than investing in people, also were summarized for you. Peace and security, it has 9.1 trillion shillings to keep Uganda an island of stability in a troubled region. There are things we take for granted in Uganda. When the president is saying, please, we have peace, we must maintain this peace. Some of the younger people, I see them on Twitter. Muzei, are we going to eat peace? I usually tell them, yes, you are eating it right now. Because if you don't have the peace, that's when you realize the issues. That's why so many refugees come to Uganda. In the same way Uganda used to supply many refugees to Nairobi, to Dar es Salaam, and now they come here. When you go to some suburbs here in Kampala, they are now full of people from the neighborhood. You know, here in Kansanga, you know very well our situation. Don't even think of those refugee hosting districts. One of the key refugee hosting areas in Uganda is this greater Kampala here, especially Kampala city. The third is maintenance of roads. We want to maintain roads and construct new strategic ones, especially for our tourism, which the Vice Chairman of PSFU was talking about, and also this Masaka Mutukula road, we are going to construct it. It is in the budget. It has been very poor, and a number of other strategic roads. But we have scaled down on construction of new roads so that we use more money for maintenance of what we've done, but also maintaining the dry weather roads, those that connect the villages where production takes place to the tarmac. We have put in more money, but also rehabilitate and revamp the roads in Kampala. They are the worst in the country. We want to do it. That's why you see Kampala now is turning into a construction site. Everywhere you pass, there is some construction. We apologize for the inconvenience, but it is for the good of the city. We have now allocated money to almost each of the key roads in Kampala to be constructed. But also, we want to rehabilitate the meter gauge railway, complete it. We are on the leg of Tororo Guru. We have almost revamped now this one of Malaba, Kampala, and it has started to operate. We want to finish that. We are also going to start the construction of the SGR. A total of nearly 5 trillion shillings has been allocated for this purpose. The other priority was investing in wealth creation, and this is where the private sector is called upon to take full advantage of the various resources and policy government is not only providing resources in the budget, but also the policy kind of frameworks to make your lives easier when you are investing, so that you can be able to create wealth. I will not repeat this and that. Already even the chairperson has indicated what we are doing with the UDB, what we are doing with the PDM, with the Myoga, and so on. We have been singing this song. A total of over 2.64 trillion shillings has been put in these areas, including projects which are going to be managed by PSFU for women enterprises and also for our exporters. A small scale, you want to export goods, we are working with the privates. In the government, we don't implement. There are those people in the government who are quarreling. Why are you not giving us the money so that we are the ones to do these things? The government is not very good at doing certain things. We are good at doing some things, but not others. Some of us insisted, no, the private sector should be the one in the lead in implementing some of these programs. That's why the GROW program for women and also the INVITE project for our exporters, they are directly going to be implemented by the private sector. The other priority is electricity transmission. We want to distribute the electricity and utilize it for wealth creation. We have put there over 982 billion shillings. But also we are aware of the disasters, because climate change is for real. Disasters are likely to happen. They have been happening, but we are weathering them, as you know. The president usually outlines in his State of the Nation addresses what we've done with these natural disasters, especially those brought about by weather changes, floods, landslides, and so on. We are handling them, and we have prioritized resources for them, as well as our international and regional commitments. Now, these priorities speak both to the opportunities, but also the risks facing the people of Uganda. The opportunities that lie ahead for the people are captured in our target of expanding the economy by tenfold, as already PSFU has captured it. I'm happy that now the entire country is beginning to understand our plan. We have a good plan, ladies and gentlemen, to grow the economy of Uganda. And we are going to do it. I know we are a country of not believing some things, but I want to assure we are going to grow this economy. By the time you get your grandchildren, some of you will be in a big economy. And I would want all of us Ugandans to start believing in big things happening. You know that that country called Dubai in UAE was a poor country with the resources like us. As recently as the 90s, early 90s, was a poor country. That country was built by the belief in big ideas. And it benefited from also the ambition of South Korea to take advantage of initiatives. When you put your program clearly, like the Dubai leader, the older Maktoum, put it, he now attracted others who want to take advantage to start investing in Dubai. The story is long, but I can cut it short. When Korea was badly hit by the war, and you know Korea, South Korea is a poor country in terms of resources. They only had one resource, human beings, whom they had trained well in the 60s and 70s. When this war affected them so much, the leader of Korea, a man called Park, called his most trusted group of people he was working with and told them, I've heard that there is a country with the oil, and they have a lot of money, but they don't know how to transform that sand into something else. You go there and find out what we can do for them. He sent a team of engineers and other leaders there. When they went, they made a report and went back, these benchmark things. They went back and said, it is impossible to do work there. Why? Number one, it is too hot. The temperatures go beyond 50 degrees. We can't work there. Number two, the water is very far and it is salty. The salinity levels are so high. They don't have water. And number three, our engineers cannot work in such an environment where there is no nightlife. There's nothing in Dubai. No day life, no nightlife, no entertainment. So this man looked at his team, he trusted, said, oh, okay. Later. Then he got another team led by a man who created Panasonic. He was Japanese, of Japanese origin, but staying in Korea. And he said, you know, my people have told me this, but you go and cross-check. Come back. This guy went, came back, and he told the Parker, yeah, they were right. The temperatures in Dubai are very high. But that is actually very good. We shall work at night, and during the day, the engineers sleep. We shall just turn the clock around. Work at night, sleep during the day in the SC. Number two, they were right. The water is very far and salty. But that's the first opportunity we should take to desalinate this water. Our first project in Dubai we should offer them is to bring them now safe water by building one of the world's largest desalination plants. And it is there in Dubai now. Number three, they were right. There is no entertainment. There is no nightlife. But that's exactly the opportunity we have. That means our engineers will not have anywhere to spend the money. They will bring it back home. And the man said, wonderful, get the engineers, Gandhi, do this. As they said, the rest is history. Those tall buildings you go to in Dubai, if you went to these Emirs and so, they were built by the Koreans because of that belief from where everybody thought it was impossible. So I would want us to believe that there are certain things we can do. And then other people will take us seriously and trust and partner with us in big ways. We should stop embracing small things, and for us we say, this is where we are destined to be. Now I tell my officers, I don't want these things of coming to me that you see, there is this small grant, somebody is helping us. How much? $20,000. said, please, I don't want even to spend a lot of my cognitive resources reading documents of donating to Uganda $20,000. These ones we can make them ourselves, bring big ideas, and it is something we can do together. So the opportunities we have in this 10-fold growth strategy are achievable, and I would like to invite you as private sector to really take this very seriously and move with it. We are not only as government prioritizing investment in the 4 areas Sarah has expounded of agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development, including oil and gas, and STI, science, technology, and innovation, including ICT, which we call the ATMs. We are not only prioritizing those, but also reforming the way we do business in Uganda, so that we can put the people of Uganda at the center of these opportunities. We are reforming this. How? You may recall that the PPDA regulations have been amended, effective 5th February 2024, to, among other things, promote the use of procurement as a socio-economic tool and to practice sustainable procurement. From today going forward, all of public procurement and disposal activities are going to be subjected to scrutiny for purposes of what we call ESHS, environmental, social, and health safeguards. This amendment is going to enhance reservation of selected procurement opportunities for small and medium enterprises, as well as special interest groups. This is aimed at promoting local companies as well as business persons to benefit from public procurement opportunities. We are going to deliberately encourage Ugandan companies and SMEs in particular to take advantage of our big procurement budget so that we can reserve some of these value for ourselves. For example, 15% of an entity's annual procurement plan budget shall be reserved for award to registered associations of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I can see women in the room, I see the youth, maybe I don't see people with a disability, but we could also be there. This is a big opportunity for us to take advantage of public procurement. It's good to do business with the government. I've heard Sarah talking of domestic areas. The best business partner in the world is government. Government will always pay. It's just a matter of time. Sometimes, but government will always pay. And the government pays good money. Government does not bargain like a typical Ugandans. You know, when a typical Ugandans are buying things, they go, this item, they tell them 10,000. They say, I have 2,000. Then they start bargaining the whole day until they reach the reserve price of 700 or something. In a government, we don't bargain like that, as you know. So this is a good opportunity for our private sector, beginning with the women, the youth, and persons with disabilities. Similarly, a central government entity shall reserve procurement requirements for supplies, works, consultancy, and non-consultancy services whose value does not exceed 30 million to registered associations of women, youth, and persons with disability. No procurement now in government below 30 million shillings is going to be allowed to go to people who are not falling under that category. That small money is reserved now for women groups. Therefore, I would want to call upon you, private sector, to take advantage of this and popularize it. Let our people understand. But to do business with the government, you must formalize. You are not going to come with a kiosk that yourself with a notebook. No, you must have a company, a registered company, so that you can take advantage. And we have made it so easy for everybody to register a company and do business formally. Local government procurement and disposing entity shall reserve procurement requirements for supplies, works, consultancy, and non-consultancy services whose value does not exceed 10 million shillings to registered association of women, youth, and persons with disability. Even we went lower at local government. Central government, 30 million. Local government, 10 million. No local government in Uganda is now going to sign a contract and get approved of 10 million and below when they are association of women or youth or persons with disability who offer that service. It should go to them and they supply. You only allowed to sign when there is none. So the opportunity is also there. Ladies and gentlemen, people-centered budget outcomes are not risk-free. I suspect the reference to challenges in the theme of our dialogue today refers to these very risks. And the key among of these risks within the space that civil society is most active in is informality. Informality. 9 out of every 10 jobs in Uganda outside agriculture are informal. 9 out of 10. About 85% of the budget for 2024-25, that is 61.1 trillion shillings, will be domestically financed. I want you to take note of this. Of this, struggling with COVID, to take advantage of at 10% interest and 18 billion since 2021-22. What is the problem? Informality. Ugandans say, we want capital, we are dying, help us. But when they apply, when they go to apply for this money, they can't meet the requirements. Then they say, you reduce the requirements, remove them. It's like you're going to school and the child is failing in a class and the solution is to reduce the pass mark. Is that a good solution? That the pass mark now should be 20% so that every Ugandan can pass exams. Science is very hard, you reduce the pass mark. You're going to kill the people, those who are going to become doctors with the low pass mark. They are likely to make mistakes on people's lives all the time. That's why we need now to up our game like schools do by carrying out concerted effort to formalize business. And PSFU should be in the lead. As government, we have done our part. We have put in place all the required initiatives. If there is any gap you see, please come to me. We are going to address that. And we formalize business to take advantage of government opportunities. Ugandans sometimes fear, and I understand where they are coming from. In the past, there used to be this emphasis on tax, that you register the business, formalize, so that you can get the first officer in your business is URA with a TIN, a tax identification number. The model has changed. The first officer to face you is URSB. Is the one leading us in government in the formalization agenda. To help you register your business, the second officer is Enterprise Uganda, to help you with the business development service. And then KCCA, if you are in Greater Kampala, or any local government, to help you in licensing you. And then we bring in the other entities, NITAU and so on, to help you with the e-commerce and so on. And after that, that's when now URA comes. We want you to grow fast so that you can make money and then you give us what is due for government. Please let us work on this model and we formalize business so that you can be able to take advantage of government programs, grow, then give us back. There are other risks that call for our collective response, which include record levels of climate change impacts, globalization reversals, and geopolitical conflicts. These are key challenges we are facing, or risks. Some of the assumptions underpinning the budget for next year depend on how trends in these factors unfold over the fiscal year. Our population needs to be mobilized to better manage their land holdings for resilient livelihoods and food security. But also, we need to incentivize people to take advantage of the globalization reversals in the same way we did with COVID-19. With COVID-19, we created more opportunities for Ugandans through homegrown solutions. A lot of businesses died because of COVID, but a lot of businesses came up because of COVID. We imported less and less and lesser. And now I want to tell you, our import bill is reducing because most of the goods which we used to import pre-COVID are now produced in Uganda by Ugandans. You are Ugandans, go in the supermarkets and see. The brand made in Uganda is increasing in our stores because people were incentivized to take advantage of this challenge of COVID and it created an opportunity for local production. We should do the same for these other challenges. If the global world is inward looking, that is a good opportunity for us. Let us do import substitution, more import substitution. Let us do more research on how best to change our industrial policy to produce those goods where we are better off and leave those which we are not so good at for others. That's what we are talking about. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, localizing and democratizing the budget for next year requires us to do more than just popularizing it. Julius, have you heard this one? Let me repeat it for you and Arthur. Localizing and democratizing the budget for next year requires us to do more than just popularizing it. It requires working towards every citizen being visible in the benefits and responsibilities that accelerate our progress towards fiscal sustainability. We are working on a budget of inclusiveness. In practical terms, not these lectures some people give. How do you include Ugandans in practical terms? By creating opportunities for those who are excluded deliberately. And that's what we are doing in the government. Through PDM, you get those people who never thought that money is important. Some people can be comfortable without money. They have the food and the shelter. They sleep. They go to church. Over the weekend in Uganda, they tell us every problem you can't solve, go to church, go to the mosque. But now we are saying, please, let every Ugandan participate in an economic activity where they can sell, create and sell a good or a service. Those who were excluded from that, they are our target now. These changes we are making in procurement to ensure that those businesses which used to be disadvantaged, women-owned, youth, younger people, it was very difficult for younger people to supply government because they don't have the capital. Banks cannot give them the money, these guarantees. Now we are saying, forget about that. Reserve 30%, 30 million. Everything you are going to procure 30 million and below, give it to younger people and women. In local governments, 10 million and below, give it to younger people and women. Unless if they are not there to supply it. And I want to assure you we are going to monitor this to ensure that it is implemented. That's what we are talking about. And as a result of this, we shall be able to collect more tax revenue because more citizens will be doing business formally, both at very micro, the meso there, and large scale. And with the more tax revenue, we are going to see the budget of Uganda getting more and more locally funded. We borrow less. But I hear people saying, you don't borrow, reduce borrowing. Our debt is, but the issue is, what are the drivers of borrowing? Low revenue, low tax effort. If you mobilize the economy in such a way that we can now create more revenue, definitely we shall borrow less as government. We have already deliberately controlled the borrowing because we don't want, and I repeat again, Dr. Arthur, Uganda's debt is sustainable. It will remain sustainable for as long as our strategy of ensuring that we have fiscal consolidation is in place. It's a deliberate government policy. It's not that we are just dreaming about it. I want to leave you with this. Since you are the people who make the money, Africa has a total of 345 companies with revenues of $1 billion or more. 345 companies in Africa have revenue of $1 billion or more. But of these companies, 40%, that is 147 companies, are headquartered in South Africa, in one country. 33 in Egypt, 23 in Nigeria, 20 in Morocco, 6 in Kenya. You make a guess, how many in Uganda? We need to make a claim on this important statistic going forward. How? Tenfold growth strategy is the only route to having a claim on this important statistic. Why? You cannot have billionaires in an economy of millions. You can't. For you to have billionaires in dollars, we must create more billions of dollars in the country. Because if we are $55 billion, now about $53.3 billion, that's what Yubos told us. How will you create billionaires? Because that means if you were to give each person $1 billion, you will have only 50 Ugandans with the the economy. And yet we want an economy which is also well distributed. Therefore, we must grow the pie first before we think of how we are going to share it. And I trust private sector. You are the best people positioned to do this. For us in the government, we are very good at creating the environment. In the private sector, you are good at turning that environment into money for yourself, selfishly, but at the end of the day, you serve the common good. Because once we get more and more people in Uganda making big money, more and more people will be employed by those people, more and more people will inherit wealth, and so on and so forth. And we shall have a richer and richer Uganda. I thank you for your attention, wishing you very good deliberations. I apologize for not being with you throughout the dialogue, but I have my team. The ear is here. We'll bring it and we handle it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, PSST. But we will kindly request for 5 more minutes of your time, just 5. I will call Mr. Badru to give a vote of thanks to Dubai, and if we don't thank you, have a photo opportunity, then you will leave.
Ms. PSST, thank you so much for those words of wisdom. And I liked when you were speaking. Can we share that slide? There's something I was going to talk about in my session, but you almost covered it. So I just want to just share that. The graph, guys. So as they share that, you talked about scale, formalize, and digitize in terms of where we go with business. And we always talk about the opportunity in regulation. And you've covered that in the conversation in terms of where we go with regulation. As PSFU, we've really followed what you're talking about. So I've always looked at this graph and said, this is the challenge that we have. And when you spoke about exactly where we are. As Uganda, my conversation as we always get stuck here. We have a wonderful idea, we form it, we validate, and we fail to scale. We're a population of 48 million people and growing. But every time we talk about policy and the things we do, we think very small scale. And the other bit that you talked about, that I was going to talk about, is regulation technology. In terms of our regulation technology is not designed to scale, which is why we had the issues we had with those conversations at Nakasero recently, is we don't design to scale. Now, I like the words you've talked about and where we're going to scale, and the budgets we've put on STI. I like the concept of ATMs, but how we unpack those. And I like what you talked about in terms of how we execute this budget is going to become more important than talking about it. And at PSFU, we're ready for that conversation. And we welcome all the words that you've talked about in terms of the policy. We have a very strong policy unit. And Dr. Julius, we've really impacted a lot in terms of how we change the fact-based conversation and the dialogue. And we intend to maintain that position. I also like the challenge you've given us. How do we have $1 billion businesses? With 48 million people in the country, we have the opportunity to do that. And I always tell people, I've been one of those silent supporters of PDM, because PDM was one of those first times when we had a strategy that looks at 48 million people, how we scale around that. Now, the challenge we have at PSFU, at private sector, and you've touched it, is how do we turn our businesses and wrap them around these opportunities? The PPD opportunities you've talked about, amazing in terms of how we can actually turn that around. The opportunities for women and the disabled, again, those are wider opportunities that we've not touched about. But you also talked about something interesting, saying that Kampala is the biggest host community. again, you are right, and we've seen that happen. But so as I talk about the challenge we have now as country, but also we implore as government to actually start thinking of scale when we look at policies. And it's like, what I was thinking is what you talked about, we should stop celebrating small wins. We stop celebrating creating 10,000 jobs and we're looking for 48 million people. So that conversation I liked, and if that's where we're going, which is where we're going in the policy, we're excited. So thank you so much, and thank you for giving us the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Badru. I will invite the PSST and the board, the CEO, for a photo. Then I will invite on with this front table to save the time of the PSST. And as they take the photo, Mr. PSST, I want to again tell you where you can get $50.7 million by an investment of just less than $200 million, and you get 50.7 in a year. Construct a road from Kanyantorogo to Buhoma. The front table, please. Connect that road 13 kilometers to Nkulingo. Connect another road, Mr. PSST, to Hamura. That's less than 120 kilometers. Can someone help us with this? Mr. PSST, you will make $50.7 million only in gorilla permits, and create 7 jobs per tourist who will come to trek our gorillas. So in the next budget, Mr. PSST, kindly look at that. The road there, Mr. PSST, when it rains, it's impassable, and we will invite you to visit those roads. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The chair, the CEO, and the board will see the PSST out as we continue with the program. Those our online audience, we are using a hashtag PSFU post-budget dialogue. So those who are, I don't know if I call it Xing or tweeting, because it was changed to X, so I don't know how to call it, and I don't belong to the Gen Z generation. Around me, ladies and gentlemen, to also recognize the presence of Mr. Issa Sechto, our board member representing the trade and commerce sector, the PRO of Kasita, but also in South Sudan, they call him the chief trade of Uganda, Mr. Kasita. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Rino. Mr. Rino is the co-chair of NTB Non-Tariff Barriers Committee, is the vice chair of Trade Facilitation Committee, and also a vice chair of COA Committee on Trade. He is a very good partner of PSFU, a member of PSFU, and we always walk the journey of advocacy together. Mr. Rino, you're welcome. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Ruhinda Joseph. If you need beef, that's the guy. As you can see, is really looking very good. So if you need beef, that's the contact person. He is the chair of Uganda Meat Cooperative Union. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our program. Just to remind ourselves of what the program will be going forward. As you know, the programs we have on our tables has been changed because our chief guest had to leave earlier than anticipated. So going forward, we will have the remarks of the chair, Policy Advocacy Committee of PSFU Board, Madam Shari Kongai. Following that, we will have a presentation by the CEO, which will highlight the key proposals we are talking about that we've made to government as regards our policy advocacy journey through the planning cycle, and what has been achieved, to shed more light to that, and just to remind ourselves that PSFU's policy advocacy, as rightly pointed out by the PSST, is evidence-based. So we do a lot of research. We reach out to you, our members, engage you, you give us your issues, which we then compile in different issue papers, position papers, engage government, both policymakers, technical teams in different ministries, departments, and agencies, and they come out in the budget, tax bills, and other policies of government. So the CEO will be giving accountability to you members of PSFU as to what we've achieved at the national, regional, and continental level in terms of policy advocacy. Then from there, we will have a brief presentation on the key projects that were highlighted by the PSST in his speech. And then we'll have a panel discussion, which will be moderated by our able Director Policy, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Mr. Aran Senyondwa. And there will be coming to the end of our session by a very brief closing remarks and a vote of thanks to you by the Chair of Board of Directors, PSFU. So that's how our program is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, to save time, allow me invite Madam Shari Kongai, who is my boss on board. I report to her on matters of policy, the Chair of Policy Advocacy Committee of PSFU Board, to give her remarks. Thank you, Madam Shari.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julius. Honorable members of government, esteemed colleagues from the private sector, I stand on the previous protocol. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this national post-budget dialogue as we account to our members on what we have done throughout the financial year in policy and advocacy for business development. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for their continuous engagement with the private sector throughout the budget process. Your consultative approach has ensured that our voices are heard and that our concerns are addressed. I wish to thank the Parliament of Uganda, especially the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Presidential Advisory Committee on Budget, among other committees, for their dedication and hard work. Your commitment to fostering a favorable business environment for the private sector is truly commendable. A special thanks to the Uganda Revenue Authority, particularly the Commissioner General and your team. Your open door policy and willingness to listen to the private sector have been invaluable in shaping a conducive business environment for the private sector. PSFU is an apex body representing the private sector of Uganda. I think we all know that. With over 330 business associations, corporate entities, and key policy sector agencies, PSFU promotes private growth across 12 economic sectors. And these are oil and gas and minerals, financial services, information, communication and technology, ICT, tourism and hospitality, professional services, manufacturing, trade, commerce, agriculture, construction and real estate, human resource, education and skills, transport and logistics, and culture and creative arts. Our primary role as PSFU is to engage in policy advocacy and facilitate dialogue with government of Uganda to create a favorable business environment. Through evidence-based advocacy, we strive to address the critical needs of our diverse membership, as I have said, and ensure that our private sector thrives. In preparation for the financial year 2024-2025 national budget, PSFU conducted extensive consultations with the private sector and the Ministry of Finance. These discussions aimed to ensure that the budget addresses the critical needs of the private sector, gathering input from the various industry stakeholders, and to understand their challenges and priorities. Our collaborative approach seeks to align the budget strategy with the economic goals of the private sector, advocating for policies and allocations that support business growth, enhance the business environment, and promote sustainable development. During the National Budget Month, PSFU will host the Private Sector National Post-Budget Dialogue and Regional Sensitization events. These engagements aim to consult business community and PSFU members on the implications of the financial year 2024-2025 national budget, create awareness about tax education, business formalization, and standards, and discuss the challenges facing the business environment. In conclusion, today's discussions are geared towards giving accountability to our members, to you, our members, on what we did throughout the year, and get views about strategic interventions to be made by government through the next financial year and the next budget cycle. I wish you good deliberations. I welcome you, and I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Madam Shari Kongai, the Chair, Policy Advocacy Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now it's time for accountability. So allow me invite the CEO PSFU to give members an account of what we proposed to government and what government has responded to, and propose those that we think going forward should be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Good morning. Can we stand a bit so that we stretch? We have to be accountable to the body. Otherwise, we don't have a standing ambulance outside. So, and in private sector, we don't have these, So just turn to your neighbor and say, are you going to make money in this budget or not? And if you don't, we are coming back next year to account. Yes. Thank you. You can have a seat. Have a seat. I don't know how to just keep it. All right. Okay. All right. I hope you are having a good time. So we are here to account. I think we had earlier done protocol, so I really just say, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, private sector is about time management. But while we are doing that, allow me to introduce Ms. Isa Sechito, who is our board member in charge of trade and export. Mkulu, can you stand for recognition? We had earlier introduced, yes. So Mr. Sekito is not only a representative of the traders, they call him Mr. Kasita, but he's more than that. We in private sector, we call him Mr. Komesa. He's the focal point for all of you at the common market of Eastern and Southern African states. So, quickly, let's jump into this. I'll try and be short. I think the good news here is that a lot has been covered. So as a preamble, Private Sector Foundation, as Julia said earlier, is the apex or umbrella body of private sector players who are member-based. So we work with government, and I'm glad Julius and Arthur are here. CSOs are our members, government is our member, but only in as far as the discussion is concerned. Now we do one thing, we just do one thing which is broken into different areas. Our work is to advocate for an enabling environment to do business. So when PSST was talking about people who clamor, yes, we clamor because we want a better environment. And I'm glad the pressure we have put on this environment has led to these, things. So let's clap for CSOs and all of you for the good job you have done. And I want to commend again, I introduced her earlier, she wasn't here, my sister Diana. Please stand for recognition. She's representing the private sector desk. She's done an incredible job. So what we do, I'll outline it quickly because of time, is we create a bird's eye view of the budget outlook. And how do we do that? We do this by engagement, by dialogue, by talking, by convening like this. We do a baraza, we do a chimeza. All of us, we sit and say, what are the things that are constraining us? And so we'll go through the cycles we do. We then work with government on the strategy. Of course, having collected private sector views. Then we table responses to the government. And then we also talk with them. Reduce here, add here, cut there. Here we are not happy. And then, of course, we do the aspects which are going to be here, and then we conclude. So I think Sarah had outlined this. PSFU's constituency is this group here. Manufacturing, I think Alan is here for UMA, but we also have the small manufacturers. Mr. Wabogo is here. We do agriculture, agribusiness, and forestry. I see a lot of the people from the sector. My brother's there. Oil, gas, minerals, extractive, Humphrey, my namesake is here, representing Chamber of Mines. Trade, we have already talked about Mr. Sekito. Financial services, banks, insurance, professional services, transport and logistics, construction and real estate. Shari, who spoke to you a few minutes ago. Skills, health and education. So all the universities, primary schools, all these hospitals are our members. Professional services, we talked about it. Culture and creative is the latest. The night economy. So when they were talking about Dubai having nothing, we would have exported all of these places into Dubai. And we do. I think you know that many Ugandans are in the creative sector there. Tourism and hospitality can't be overemphasized, of course, and ICT. So, but within this consortium, to date, we have 336 business associations. These are our members. Herbert here is president of UTA, Tourism Association. All these players have different memberships under them. So the dialogue, the engagement is with these over close to 3.54 million businesses, directly and indirectly. So I don't want to sound very, very typical statistician, but just allow me to just delve into this theme of this year's budget. Of course, those are that's the breakdown of the different expenditure, and the PSST talked about it. These growth figures were given to us by government, but it's us who are going to be in the pie cooking. Okay, so just to walk you quickly on the cycle. Today is the first day after the budget was read. So how do we do this? We, as private sector, our mandate is given the responsibility of creating an environment where we discuss issues affecting our business environment. So clearly, we do this with first ourselves. We sit together and say, what are those things that came out of this budget? Good, bad, and ugly. Then we now concentrate on the ugly ones and the bad ones and say, let's maintain the good one. Akanyama katono okolachi, ukayananga kariwano. So the good ones we keep here. Then we now go and attack, not in a bad way, but in a professional manner, these different agencies that we work with, mainly the ministries. Now, the government has what they call a ministerial policy statement. So in the next coming weeks, you're going to be seeing a lot of these presentations by the ministries where they engage at the cellular level issues affecting those ministries and the business environment. And that's how we come in. So what we do at PSFU is to put you in a room, then engage with you at your different sectors. What are those issues that are affecting you? We collect them, and then, of course, we take them to the different ministries. And during the ministerial policy statements, the MDs involved in those different sectors, we engage them directly. So you will see me and my colleagues a lot of times. I usually sit in the corner of Julius and Arthur. We are usually the noise makers, but we are there in good faith. We are there to advocate, we are there to push, we are there to escalate the issues affecting. And I'm glad that, as you'll be seeing later, over the years, we have increased our foothold from as little as many years ago. And I want to say that I am one of the oldest people in this country now. We used to, when the budget speech, the town would close. I started listening to the budget in Emin's time, when General Moses Ali was the Minister of Finance. That's as early as I remember. But I also, I look young, but a watermelon is green on the outside and red on the inside. Me and Herbert, by the way, Herbert is turning 60 tomorrow, I think. And he looks even younger than me. Happy birthday, Bwana Kuba. So what happens is that back in the day, the budgets would be read and there would be a shutdown in town. You remember? Yes. People would not even work. Shops would close. People would hoard because you were not sure. And the Minister of Finance would say, from midnight to night. So you had to hoard so that, it was a mixture of greed and fear. Greed because I might make a killing. So if you open your shop, they might cut the price or the tax. Fear, they might increase and then you have a problem. But now, budgets are predictable. There is a ministerial policy statement, there is a budget framework paper, there is a background to the budget. even when the president is talking and giving his State of the Union address, he basically gives out a vivuzo. So the budgets are predictable. The good news is that we have a foothold on that budget that is coming. And that is why we have called you, and please clap for yourselves. Thank you. So quickly, because of time, so we present after these consultations at cellular level. And Julius and your team, thank you, because we've gone up to the last mile. You find us in Nakapiripiriti, in Arua, and we're always with these people. We push here and we break here, but we basically pick the views of the people. And I'm glad that now, for the first time, the youth, the women, have been part and parcel of the economy. And so it is very commendable, because these are our views. For me, these are success stories. And obviously, we want to thank government for listening to us, but also creating that department. Because a lot of times, and I worked with government, so I speak with some authority here. I was an accounting officer. I know government in and out. I'm now in private sector. I've done business. Many times when you are in certain offices, it's like the AC. It is cold here, but if you get out, it's 35 degrees. So when you're in the AC environment, sometimes you lose reality. So it's important that you have this group of people who constantly give you, and credible papers, by the way. We have evidence-based research that informs the positions we take. So it's important that when they are now designing these strategy papers, our views are included. And again, I'll show you how much we have contributed. So after that, we take issues to do with tax to the Ministry of Finance. And you'll see our blueprint in a lot of the tax bills. We had a very big input. Of course, some, they overrun us. But before I forget, there's a story I want to give you for those of you who are in government. So I went many years ago at a handover of one Minister of Finance to another one. Names withheld, sex withheld, gender, viona. So I was seated at just a line behind the chief guests at the handover. So while the MC was still talking, the incoming minister turned to the outgoing and said, "Boss, how is private sector?" And I think they had delayed to hand over, at least officially. So the outgoing minister told his friend that things are bad. I am a victim of my policies. That thing I've never forgotten it. So a lot of times we get carried away by the office and we forget reality. So usually these times are times when we say, guys, please, 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 these things are going to affect you when you get out of office. And I'm glad that even now the ministers and PSs and government officials are also complaining about, because they have entered the private sector economy. And they feel it. When taxes are hard, they feel it. So it's important that these things are captured. And so we present these position papers for tax bills. We present private sector positions. We present position papers, ladies and gentlemen. These position papers are very, very well researched. We spend colossal amounts of money. Madam Shali, who is the chairperson for policy, knows that we have actually ring-fenced colossal amounts of money at PSFU for research, for studies, in-depth, well-calculated, well-calibrated. And when we come with this information, Julius, our policy director, is a PhD holder. No jokes. His word is research, research, research. So when we present these papers, most times government is left with no choice, because we have statistics, we have precedents, we have studies, we have baselines. It's foolproof. So obviously, this is a kalango for those of you who are not members of PSFU to join now, because you'll get free. One author said, it took me $20 million to do a research on my book, but all of you are beneficiaries of a very rich research at $20. So it took him 20 million to do research, but he's selling his book at $20. So clearly, these are free money. By the way, government says they are giving us, but we also give them free research, which then determines good policies that come, okay? So quickly, when we have those position papers, then we look for those key strategic investment priorities that then spur growth. I'm glad that, yes, although we did 82%, that is quantitative. there are some qualitative issues that didn't come out. That's why Julius, when the PSST was taking a picture, he kept saying, hey, you know, this other road from Munkuringo to Rushaga and to Bwindi has not been done. That road, by the way, represents 65% of tourism earnings and receipts, and it has not been worked on. For me, that one, Paka last, we have to fight for it. Because the day we fix that road, these Herberts will be in the other group of billionaires. Uganda will have a few more people. So it's important that we create that strategic thrust. Then, of course, we go to Parliament, where we now engage these parliamentarians for the bills. We push the position papers at least every quarter. And then we do this, of course, we are accountable to the board, to our advisory council, which is a very important group. We engage parliamentary committees on economy, on trade, etc. Then, of course, we push this to the parliamentary council on the budget committee on the budget, which is a very important group that then underwrites some of these position papers that then go to these places. Now, it's also important, and really I'll spend slightly more time on this slide, the rest will be easy, that we are not just operating as a country. We are part and parcel of a regional economy. I've just had a discussion with my friend. We have a problem of eggs in the neighboring country. We had a problem of sugar in the neighboring country. We had a problem of kaunga with the neighboring country. So we are not working in isolation. We have to push that we have a seamless, enabling environment in the region so that our people can have a good market. So we engage with the EABC, which is the East African Business Council, COMESA, where Mr. Sechito sits, the East African Community. We are now part of IGAD, and we also take all these views to the AU, the African Union, etc., etc. And then, of course, now we are talking of SCFTA, which is clear that if we do not trade within Africa, we are not going to grow. 2 weeks ago, we were invited to Ministry of Foreign Affairs to have a discussion with what is known as the ring states. The ring states are our immediate neighbors and the surrounding ones: Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, because we are now trading almost 65% of our economy is really around our neighbors. So we need to grow that. Just a quick example is our neighbor Congo shares with us 850 kilometers of border. So if you think that we only have Mpondwe, Bunagana, Goli as our, no, we have 850 kilometers. People are crossing every day, and we don't measure what they sell. But we have also seen that if we did 3 roads down in Bunagana, near Kisoro, to Goma, and we did another road from Mpondwe, off after Kasese, to Bunia, and we did another road from Nebi area to Beni, Uganda will add another $1 billion. $1 billion for 3 roads, just 3 roads. What does that mean? It means that we have to start to engage with our neighbors to fix the infrastructure. And that's a policy issue. That's where we start to think that government should push a little further to ensure that we do that. So we do that as private sector with all of you. Now, having said that, these are the different players we work with: the MDAs, the policymakers, the committees of parliament, Office of Prime Minister. We work with the Cabinet Secretariat, and of course these other groups that I have mentioned earlier. So the next slides are really going to be very easy. These were the priorities that we looked at. Very technical, of course. Macroeconomic, legal, these are technical terms. But just to emphasize that we have capacity to deal with these issues because we understand them. But most importantly, we now look at allocations. Where has this money gone? Quantitatively. Then we look at the quantitative, and that's why the CSOs come in. If you say you're going to implement this project, what have you done? How have you done it? Where have you done it? With what resources? I think the case of roads in Kampala is clear. It's just a nuisance. But at PSFU and with our colleagues at ECSO, we have even measured the impact of a traffic jam. It is now measured at GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave my home every day at 5:30. I love my bed, obviously. They say early to bed, early to rise, makes a man what? Healthy, wealthy, and white. But me, I leave early because I can't handle a jam. So we have measured the impact of the jam on GDP performance. Clear. So therefore, it's important that we start to push for those things that will ease the traffic jam. Now, I'll just give you an example quickly because of time. It used to take me 30 to 45 minutes from my home in Bunga, through Green Hill, down to Mukwano, and all of that. When they did the flyover in Zambia, Clock Tower, that area, it now takes me 11 to 13 minutes. You can just see the change, the shift. And you arrive in office without anger, consternation, bitterness, never getting a call. So I'm going to live longer because of that road. But thank you. So for example, we are now saying, I now fear to go to my village in Rampara. Because it used to take me 3 hours to Mbarara. It now takes me 6 hours. Because the moment I hit Mpiji, I start the jams. Now what happened to that famous road that connects Mpiji to the highway? It's been stuck. So these are real issues that we need to advocate for. But they are also economic in nature. They are economic in nature because there are delays. Do you know, because of the delays on some of this infrastructure, the South Sudanese are now constructing roads from Lamu down. In Rwanda and Burundi, they are going through Isaki. I don't know what's that place called. Because we are delaying. So for many, those are real issues. And they are infrastructure in nature, they are critical. So that's what we do at policy, at advocacy, and of course at the levels for Julius and Arthur. So qualitative versus, but also implementation is critical. Now, these are the issues that we did. Again, we are here to account the things you sent us to do, to handle shocks, to handle inflation, to invest in select areas. Wanakuba, we pushed your views on oil and gas, on extractives, and we are moving in. So because of that, this is our accountability here on the right. So because of the push on this side, this is what we've been able to achieve. Very, very critical. So banking rates, managing inflation, currency stability, emphasis on the ATMs, a lot of that, those were our ideas. Laws on competition builds, very critical. The local content, this local content is critical. This for us has been our achievement, where the PSST has ring-fenced that up to 30 million shillings is money reserved for youth, women, and people. This was our paper, and we are here to account for it. So ladies and gentlemen, clap for yourselves. Of course, we fought very hard. Remember when they were talking about rationalization? You collapse a very important thing. So we pushed, we put our feet in the door, we lobbied, and other things. We did other things, and we were able to save, what is it? Sorry. Yes, we were able to save some of these sectors. UNRWA, we saved Road Fund, UCDA, coffee. URSB, all of these were, we were able to save them. And of course, the other, so this what I'm showing you here is what you gave us. These are the government responses that were an outcome of that translation. The roads, the airports, those things, and then of course, allocations, public procurement. I was there at the launch where they revised the PPDA Act. That disposal was fantastic, excellent. Remember we were there in Jan, Feb, somewhere early in the year. Again, that was a push, so that we were proactive and created that ring fencing. So I'm just trying to race against time. Private sector is time conscious. Yeah, so again, those are some of the things we were able to do. Investment in by the public, water and sanitation, again, these are some of the issues that we raised. Okay, of particular importance, of course, like I said, we go further than Uganda, we go to East Africa, we go to the AU, we are really pushing now for the SCFTA. We have a lot of score points on that. Okay, let me just go back a bit there. Which side am I pointing? Is it this one or here? Okay. Oh my God. Okay, I'm called a digital migrant. Digital migrant are people coming in from the Stone Age to the New Age. So, okay. No, I was born during some computer time, but Mr. Ravogo, I'm born after computers. Okay. All right. Okay, so pest control, we pushed for some of these positions. Now, I want to put an emphasis on this. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember we called you here for a meeting where we discussed doing business with South Africa. His Excellency, our president, was going to, no, just let me give you another story before that. So we decided to take a slightly different approach to the way we do business. So we said it's not going to be business as usual. What do I mean? So one time we were in Dar es Salaam for a conference, and we got information that the president of Tanzania was coming to Uganda on a state visit. And she was going to spend 3 days. So we said, what is her itinerary? They said, oh, she's going to see the president, meet cabinet, visit a few places. We said, which ones? They said she's going to visit some factories. We said, okay, you know we are in private sector. And all the manufacturers are our members. In fact, our chairman is a member of UMA. So instead of seeing 3, why don't we knock out 1? And I won't say which one, because some members might be in this room. And then you meet the whole private sector. Those 3 hours you are going to spend visiting that place wearing a white coat and a helmet. Why don't you spend it with the private sector? So back and forth, lobbying, advocacy, we got information that she had agreed. So we then got all the private sector, took them for a very good meal at Serena helipad area, and we presented 10 points that had really been very difficult for government people to sell. The president was seated with her top people, Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade, Minister of I don't know which ones. Every point we mentioned her, she cleared immediately by executive order. Now, what that taught us was that if you do business unusual, you can actually get what you want. And so we started to test the waters a bit further. So we were told, okay, you know, the president is going to South Africa. So we said, we are going to tag along with His Excellency. So we went to South Africa, went for this big conference. We met with the equivalent of the PSFUs and UMA and traders in the other place. And while we were there, we pushed for a very, very important position, which was our ability to get straight visas for business people to South Africa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not making an announcement, and I hope the media will not quote me wrongly. We are in advanced stages of getting our visa capacity to South Africa expedited. Why? Because we have an enabling environment to bring the private sector in one room, engage them so that we get all the business environment sorted. But this does not come easy. It requires patience. You know, we push until people think you have another agenda. So we have been in all of this. We have been trying very hard to work. But we also do this at the EABC, East African Business Council level. I just wanted to emphasize this point. So again, we do many, many things at all levels: finance, trade, tourism, energy and extractives, etc. Now, as far as we were given an assignment by you, our members, this is our scorecard of what you asked us to do. The reason you are our members, the reason you pay subscription fees is so that we represent you at those levels that I had given background over. So these are at the horizontal, these are the issues that we raised to government, which would then elicit a response in what they were going to do. So on the vertical is the scorecard. So you notice that, for example, on macroeconomic stability, we were able to score about 80. On the legal regulatory regime, in terms of the bills and the laws that come out on tax, we pushed, but it was very tough, you know. That's what I want to say. Mr. Secretary knows these things. Water for production, infrastructure, still a fight, but we managed to push a bit on that. So, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know, can you all see this? So these are the areas. So in 52 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, in the areas that you gave us assignment to do, with a actually small policy team, this is what we were able to deliver. And I can tell you, the average score on this scorecard, on our KPI, in as far as policy engagements, again, dialogues, meetings, position papers, policy position, platform for action. It's a lot of jargon, but you see when you are dealing with people like Mr. Govi, you have to come with equal force. You know the war in Ukraine and Russia. You have to have as much capacity to engage them. You have to speak their language, but show them facts and what? Figures. It's not just talk. So I'm happy that our level of engagement in Uganda, at least from the context of engaging with the government, has really gone up. And that's why, for example, they even test our papers at the PSD. Our papers are subjected to some very serious scrutiny and interrogation, but I know we have scored very well. So, as a pass mark, ladies and gentlemen, we were able to score 82% in this year. And this is thanks to all of you. This is your scorecard. You gave us an assignment. This is what we've been able to deliver. And we have to do it in context. Last year, we were able to do about 78%. Now, again, there are qualitative and quantitative issues, but this is growth. The president always talks about pygmies, but seriously, this is not a pygmy. We are much taller than these pygmies here. So in the year before, 2023-24, we were able to score that. 22-23, we were at about 74. 21 was hard. You remember that was the time of COVID. But the previous years, we had a footprint because government was stuck. That is when they needed private sector support. Places were closed. We pushed for those things. Remember, we were supposed to have the lockdown ending in June. We pushed it further to January, and some ease, but then we were able to get a full opening in March. Again, because of the pressure. That is what caused that spike. Again, the year before, challenges here and there. So we are hoping we shall hit the 90 spot, Diana, but whether qualitative is still a subject of debate. So as I almost conclude, I think this slide, Sarah, our vice chair, ably put it. She really pushed that position. Some of the challenges that we have, of course, heavy reliance on borrowing, tax is still an issue. Mr. Sekito knows these things, EFRIS and Evigenderako. We have offered, just as a matter of information, we have offered to suggest that PSFU with other members are going to set up business development centers for business people. Now, one of the things we did have a discussion with your leadership, Sarah, last time was the fact that when these people go downtown, they speak a lot of Luzungu, and they have Garubindi, and they are wearing suits. Tibogera, Rudimi, Rwawansi. We are very much uptown people. These Herberts and Julius and Arthur. They are very uptown, they move in air-conditioned. That's a perception. But these downtown people said, you speak our language. So we said, okay, fine. We shall wear kanzus and speak the language of downtown, but kind of bridge the gap that Mr. Gobi was talking about. But secondly, also, I think there is an information asymmetry challenge between policy implementers and the people below. Now, for example, I'm learning for the first time, even with my exposure, that government has now decided to come and say, okay, start with URSB, then engage, easier, protocols. You've gone to a function at a wedding and you just stand there looking for where to sit. Nobody's coming to see you. That's what these people feel. When they come to some of these business centers, they do not get that sense of reception. It's not there. They do it, but they don't feel it. So we want to see how do we bridge that gap, create an enabling environment that can talk the language of the people, but also explains, remove that suspicion. But then, of course, also to be able to be relevant. Relevant, safe, because you remember, I think in some places, a bit of soldiers, that enforcement is a bit tight. So we want to continue to have that dialogue, but also to teach the government that widen the tax base. Now, if you look at the laundry list of top 1,000 taxpayers, and you can Google it now, they are the same people. Same people, same numbers, they just plus or minus a position. The same guys. That script has not changed for the last 20 years. Why? Because the people whom he talked about, remember that list he gave, have not been involved. And we have now position papers, ladies and gentlemen, to show government that you can actually widen the tax base and soften the impact, especially for the people producing. What happens if you don't? Now Mr. Wabogo has capacity to unscrew his machines and go to a neighboring country, produce for Uganda, less taxes, ease of doing business, and then he comes at home on the weekend. He loses nothing. He's an East African citizen. So we need to be able to alert our friends in government about, now as I conclude, of course, is to thank you most sincerely for the views that you gave us. Number two, please clap for my board. They have been very supportive. They represent all the sectors. They've been excellent. They've given us strategic support, oversight, and obviously they are in the business. PSFU, these board members are volunteers. They don't earn money. They don't earn money. And it is you who voted them. So obviously, when a volunteer gives their time, resources, and that strategic support, they need to be commended. So we want to sincerely thank your board and to just say that this is accountability. The things we do from day one to day 365 is here. We work on Christmas. We are private sector. But of course, that is not possible if the technical team with whom we work, these guys work so hard. I push them too hard because I am in office by 5:30, 6, but always comes for coffee at 6 o'clock. But that coffee is from the private sector. So I'd like my team to stand. Every PSFU management staff, just stand really. In fact, you come to the front. Staff of PSFU come to the front. Francis is just coming from another training for, Francis is the chief membership officer. He's responsible for all of you members, bring you together. Martin is in charge of, where is Julius? Julius, director for policy. Oh dear. Colin, where are you? Okay, there are many, many others trying to do some work. So ladies and gentlemen, we are open to, oh, Julius is here. Chagulanyi, come. Ladies and gentlemen, walking in is Mr. Ragadi Kaziwe Daniel, the chairman of Creatives. You can see he's creative himself. You can't have him better than that. Chairman Ragadi, you're welcome. He's in charge of creatives, sports. And so I just thought Madam Sarah and the board members, let's take a picture with these people, just so that we are accountable. This is accountability for our team. These are the people who made this happen. Just a second. Okay. it's important that this slide is really orchestrated. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winning team. The winning team with our board members. Yeah. So I'll also ask the biggest team which has been supportive to come and stand with us, our distinguished CSOs, who give us the bulk of the information that you see. Please come to take a picture. Again, this is accountability. Yeah. Alan, why are you hiding? Alan is Diana, come and join us. It's once PSFU. Even Ramadan Gobi is a member of PSFU because he's a businessman. Yeah. Let's run quickly like thank you. Some can go up on stage, don't worry. Excellent. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our full accountability, God bless you. Julius. So a special hand clap to this gentleman, Dr. Julius Biarhanga, PhD. Well done, well done, well done.
Thank you so much, CEO. I prefer being called Julius. So basically, that was giving an account of what we've done. Quickly I will invite first discussion led by Aaron. So Aaron, you will invite your people yourself. Then after that, just also for the benefit of our members, both here and online, we will have Mr. Innocent Arini to briefly talk about the government programs which are out there to support the private sector, which our private sector members should, going forward, of course, we'll also be working closely with the government to popularize some of these programs. Aaron, please come forward and manage your panel. Thank you so much.
A wonderful thing. Good morning to us all. Good morning. This is our day, so we need to be as active as possible. Dr. Julius, thank you very much for the entire moderation. My job here is very simple, to try and add some meat to the bones that we have gotten this morning, and to try and ensure that we all are in sync. Maybe just one small one, Bwana CEO. You said you're a digital what? Migrant. I want to presume there were only typewriters then. So I wonder whether 50% of the population in this place knows how a typewriter looks like. But you transformed very well. The issue of kanzus, we will discuss a little bit better about that. One thing that indeed you have said that is very true is that business these days is no longer in concrete. If we, the private sector, don't advocate very nicely, my father here, Mr. Rwabogo, will just unscrew those industries and move to Tanzania. And we will have no industries. Our senior, Mr. Sechito, will just simply transfer his businesses elsewhere. Mr. Antege, with his ICT, will just say, okay, you know what, I can do ICT in South Africa. Why do I have to bother in this Uganda? So it is our job to keep advocating even when things are not moving. And allow me to say something. we don't complain. We show the facts and then present where we should go. So the opportunities that come along are those hard-fought things that we do and put in place. And it's a very unforgiving place to be an advocate. You are labeled a lobbyist because you sit in the lobby of parliament all the time. You are labeled, you are given all these other names. But if we don't do it, no one is going to do it for us. To this extent, and without further ado, allow me to welcome a panel to discuss the many issues that have been presented to us, those that you know, those that you don't know. Allow me to start with the representative of our Commissioner General for Uganda Revenue Authority, my good friend Alex Rubanga. You come. And I will introduce him in another way. You see, many times we complain that these people are here taking the money. This gentleman here, we sat 15 weeks, 18 weeks in Addis Ababa, trying to ensure that we negotiate the African Continental Free Trade Area for Uganda and East Africa. So the gentleman you see here, together with our own Silver Ojakol and the members of the private sector, we negotiated a very good deal for Uganda. In fact, Uganda is supposed to be the biggest beneficiary for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Sir, you're very welcome. The rest are on our side. Mr. Ruhinda Joseph, please come and join us and tell us a little bit more about this agro-industrialization agenda that we have in place. Mr. Humphrey Simwe, please join us. Are we really going to get that oil out of the ground and do something? Are the minerals, the oil, the iron ores going to, are they part of the budget? Tell us a little bit more about that. Senior Herbert, the roads Dr. Julius has been talking about, which are supposed to bring in X millions of dollars. How are you seeing the budget? And last but not least, part of ATMs, ICT sector, Mr. Badron Tege. Please welcome all these gentlemen. May I also put a disclaimer that you may not see any ladies on the panel, but we have been 150% represented by our vice chair, who did all the other things the men couldn't do. And on top of that, now this is the challenge. We were calculating 150. Together with the chair of the policy committee, the two of them are 250, 300 times what these men here can ever present. So we are very well represented. Thank you very much. Allow me, therefore, to go very quickly because of time. Dr. Julius has whispered in my ear and told me, you know, the private sector has to run and do some business. So we need to be a little bit faster. So allow me to start not with my good friend Alex. No, I'll skip a little bit so that you listen in and then you give us a comprehensive view. Allow me to start with Mr. Ruhinda. Now, the budget has allocated increased funding for research and genetic development in selected animal, fish, and crop value chains. So we know. Please tell us, how will these investments specifically address the current challenges you face in the agro-industrialization sector? And maybe as you add, let me also put this for you. In the budget framework paper for agro-industrialization, 94% of it is agriculture, only 6% of it is industry, and yet the thing is called agro-industrialization. How are you going to solve those challenges? Please.
Thank you, Alan.
Yes,
good
please.
morning. We're here to address some of these pertinent issues concerning our national economic growth. Coming back to your question, Alan. Uganda's agriculture as we know it is largely a natural ecosystem where we have rain-fed production. And when you look at that situation, we can only be in production based on the mercy of the heavens. That constrains our targets of meeting the market demands, both in quantity but also in quality. Because when the rain season, so many other challenges come with it. Recently, you are seeing issues to do with the climate variations. What we used to know as the onset of seasons is no longer that. Diseases and pests have increased, those that we didn't even know existed before. And we are doing the agriculture the way we used to know it as farmers. But the yields are dwindling annually. Now, when you have government allocating funds specifically for agricultural research, I think we appreciate, but it has come in quite late. Our research agenda today in agriculture that we are implementing today should have started probably one generation ago to meet the stage at which the global climate situation is at. So, however, it's not too late. We would want to see research that is generating technologies of seed, of livestock breeds that can meet the current and the perceived futuristic climate stress that is available, where we can have disease-resistant varieties within our ecosystem, but also that have higher productivity per unit area. When you talk of agricultural investment versus industrialization, in terms of budget funding allocation, I think before you produce, you need to know what your market is requiring. And that has been the biggest challenge on our side. Other than for PSFU, which has come in to bridge this gap in recent times, production was basically for my own self and for my own personal targets as a farmer. No one looked at national targets. No one looked at regional needs. But I think that has to change going forward. With the PDM program and that facilitates purposively the agricultural sector at the lowest level of our society and communities, let us have targeted production. It's not enough to produce and aggregate a Uganda commodity and say Uganda produces so much tons of maize, so much tonnage of beans. Where I want to particularly appreciate one key investment that I saw highlighted in the budget, Alan, on research, which is on the anti-tick vaccine. The statisticians here know how much costly the issue of tick-borne diseases in cattle, the issue of tick worry to the farmer, me, has impacted cattle productivity. That has stagnated our numbers basically to less than 2% growth per annum for over several decades. Now, with this anti-tick vaccine, if it comes in, that's the aspect of research now, we hope that we can save up to about 88 to 90% of our national herd. And that translates into yield and productivity at the national level. So can we do more of similar things? That will reduce my cost of acaricides, the money I spend to wash my cattle and keep them away from the ticks. Those are the cutting-edge research investments that we farmers are looking forward to from a government perspective. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, allow me to quickly run a little bit from agro-industrialization into mineral development. Now, Humphrey, we have a huge challenge. Uganda is not just gifted, it is gifted by nature. Mr. Biaruhanga there will speak of it, because I think tourism is the face of the country. But you are the roots. And we have about 620 billion stuck down there. Our economy is only 55 billion. We have to move to 500 billion. So the question that we ask ourselves, what do we really need to do to get those minerals out? We know the oil is coming, but the oil has been coming for now a decade or so. It has been coming. It will come. Julius is saying it will come. We really expect it in December 2025. We hope it will be there. But the question is, what needs to be done to ensure that we use those minerals to drive the development agenda? By the way, we're supposed to be growing anywhere between 12 and 15% per annum. And as we speak, we are only at 6. So to achieve what Vice Chair Sarah, you have said of the 550, 15% growth is what we need. How are you going to support? And where should the private sector advocate more? Please.
Thank you. I'll start with the oil question. Yes, the oil will come. The investments that are taking place right now in the oil sector are geared towards ensuring that we have fast oil sooner rather than later. And you will forgive me if I do not engage in speculation on dates, for obvious reasons that when you're on the ground, there are various other factors that have to be put into consideration. And we are really grateful for government putting money into the oil and gas sector to make sure that as a country we fast track to become an oil producing country. And in this budget, there's been considerable improvement in that sector. I mean, 92% growth in what is being put in the oil and gas sector is really commendable. But on the other side, on the mineral side of things, mining contributed about 2.2% to national GDP in 2022-2023. That is up from 0.3% when you consider 2009 to 2010 financial year. When you look at, for example, in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s, the generation of my elder brother, Mr. Asimwe here, it was about 7% of GDP, because Uganda was known as a mining country. You had the Kilembe mines, you had tin, you had all these minerals that are contributing to GDP, about 7%. Tanzania right now, if you were to consider the other countries in this region, Tanzania has 10.2% of its GDP contributed by mining. And we see the trajectory of growth in Tanzania. Reason being, right now the world is looking out for what is known as the critical minerals, the minerals that are necessary for the energy transition. So for there to be a reduction in investment in mining, I think is a bit of a disservice, because the mineral subsector reduced to 41 billion. Previously, it was 54.3, right? In the current budget, it is 41 billion only. Now, like you rightly put it, yes, mining alone is estimated in Uganda to be about $620 billion industry if we invested in it. However, this is patient, capital that is required there. What is required in the mining sector is investment in exploration. The government of Uganda has done great work to do what is called aerial geomagnetic surveying to map out the whole of Uganda and know where we have indications of what minerals. And it's being completed with support from the Spanish government. It's being completed. The last part, which is the Karamoja area, should be done probably by the end of this year, and we have a full map of Uganda to know where is the gold, where is the lithium, where is the coltan, where is the tin, where is the tantalite, where are all these minerals, where is the uranium, for example. Estimates on the international market say that 30% of export revenue, 12 months to February, came from gold. 2.7 billion came from gold from Uganda. However, if you ask the gentleman from URA, he will tell you, okay, if the international market is saying, all these figures, where is the money to the national coffers? And it comes back to making sure that we professionalize or we formalize the sector. Formalization of the mineral sector. And it needs investment. So the first investment is in exploration. The second is in making sure that we formalize the sector so that the value chains of minerals are properly tracked and properly mapped. The international market is averse to minerals that they cannot trace its origin. And if we cannot do that, if we cannot invest in that as a country, then we will not be able to, benefit. Because also, data on the international market tells us that in over 3 years leading to 2023, an estimated $72 billion worth of minerals is smuggled out of Uganda. Reason? We are not formalized, and we need to put our emphasis in that area. So I am convinced that Uganda has the capacity to mine itself out of poverty.
Okay.
Because we do have the minerals. But if we are to do that, government needs to focus a little more and not cut budgets to mining, but rather be able to sit with the private sector and say, what is the need? And I can tell you, the need is exploration.
Mm-hmm.
The need is being able to market Uganda as a mining destination, like Tanzania, like Zambia, like Botswana, like Angola have done and attracted a lot of investment in the mining sector. And thirdly, to be able to formalize what we have at the artisanal mining, and PSFU is doing a great work in supporting to see the artisanal mining sector formalized so that there is mineral traceability and there is indeed a return on revenue in that sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Humphrey. Wow. I think we in the private sector really begin to speak the right terms. Our biggest pushback from government has been, but you people decide. Formalization, no formalization. Movement, no movement. What is it that we want? And now, Bwana CEO, I think we are coalescing. We need to get our people to know that formalization is not death. But, Bwana Alex, please, when these people formalize, let's do everything so that they stay alive. Otherwise, if we hit them with the heavy-handedness that we used to, they will not stay. But just keep it a little bit longer, because I want the tourism gurus first to say a little bit of something before you come in. Senior Herbert, they have added budget to your sector. I've had my good doctor adding a few things as the PSST was around the road to Chihihi, and all these other things should be constructed. with the 289 billion, where does it still hurt? Where should the technocrats at PSFU put more emphasis so that we get substantial returns on tourism? One thing that has been mentioned, which is very key, is marketing. We are very good at doing negative marketing in this country. How do we turn that around to have positive marketing? Yes, we have challenges, and there are many. But I do think challenges are also an opportunity. Bwana Herbert, what do you think we should do?
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk about tourism today. And thank you, PSFU, for organizing this. The board members, you've done a great job for putting us together, you know.
A round of applause for the board members.
When they were reading the budget, I said, there is going to be usually a post-budget meeting. I should not miss. Let me not go out bird watching. I should wait. So yesterday when I came back, somebody called me at night. Have you seen the email? Which email? You're supposed to be on the panel. Where at 4? I said, okay, everything I've cancelled. Let me come. So thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to hear the government has announced they're giving money to tourism. It's welcome, and we hope it is going to be realized. But the question you're asking goes to answer the other question: what is the problem? Why have you not moved? Yet we are the number one destination, birds, butterflies. What is the problem? To me, it is we do not have shared priorities, the private sector and government. We don't share. We talk about what we can sell. You know, private sector, when you tell them there is now money in climbing trees, tomorrow they will start packaging it, selling it, and people will come. Which trees? They are government, and nobody, they can't, the NFA cannot allow you to do that. It has not worked. You know, I have a voice of senior leaders. Stephen has said, I'm 60 years. I'm making system. I'm now joining junior, senior, junior citizens, junior senior citizen category. Whatever you call it. So, can we must agree, members, that Ugandans are not yet tourists. We are not tourists. We should agree that one. It's a reality. All of you earn salaries here and there, but how much money do you allocate for travel to visit your country? It's not in our culture. We are not tourists. We are comfortable in our poverty because that's what we are. But we must accept that we need foreign currency. If we close Uganda, don't allow people in, and you think we are going to develop domestic tourism, there will be the same money we are already spending around ourselves until it all gets lost somewhere. But we need to get money towards from source markets, big source markets. So we must agree on which source markets do we want to focus on as a country, that we understand them. We have carried out studies. We know how whether they have the spending culture, whether they have the money, and we are going to go there. But also we take the products that they buy. Which products can we tell them? You cannot go everywhere saying Uganda is beautiful, but there are other beautiful countries in the world. So what do you think they like? And you speak within their language of demand. But who is going to sell? You can put a banner here. Yes, Uganda is beautiful. But you need to get sellers. And the sellers are the private sector. The sellers are the tour operators. You have to get a deliberate effort to map out the people who are going to sell. And then half of it, of the remaining, will be in studies. Ever-ending studies. Speaking of packaging, a tour for mining areas so that we can bring more investors to appreciate our country. Yes, we need to have a structured dialogue. Members, many times we go to government meetings. In fact, I'm happy Stephen mentioned that there's some progress. You go to government meeting, you have a communication, we talk and talk after that, you'll never see minutes. If you press hard, they'll come after 6 months. It should be structured. Minister of Finance should be able to say, you people are giving this money, private sector engagement, we want to know what you are discussing. Every quarterly, can we agree on what you have discussed? Because it doesn't make sense someone to make a report. We have private sector engagement. They called Stephen and Sarah and Herbert. They had a meeting. They say we had a private sector engagement, pretty successful. No, let it be structured, and the private sector is there, and we'll go and discuss what we want to do. The accountability. If you have discussed that we are going to prioritize product challenges, so that we account to ourselves. The dialogue should not be in papers or in reports. Should be realistic that we actually did it and this is what happened. Lessons learned. The private sector are involved. They know, and what they definitely know what to do. That tourism, ladies and gentlemen, is an export consumed at the point of production. You study your economics. But
Repeat that one.
Treat tourism as an export consumed at the point of production. No costs.
Export consumed at the point of production.
If a foreigner comes to say bad, he doesn't touch it, but he pays me money. He wants to see a lion, does it? It's there. He looks at Kasubi tomb, it is there, but he pays in foreign currency, isn't it? It makes the next point. So don't tax it. Yes, simple. Yes. What are the specifics in this area? Visibility. You see, when you talk about marketing, let me tell you, members, if you don't display what you have, you'll never get buyers. How many Ugandan tour operators, how many Ugandan hotels are in the source markets right now? Other countries have deliberate effort. They come and tell us, we are together, but for them, they are down on the ground. They are sending their people deliberately, sending their business community to be present in the targeted source markets. Ugandans don't go there. A few recently, because of PSFU and Board and Stephen, they have supported our tour operators to go. But that is from a small hand of PSFU. It should be a government deliberate effort to say we must have 200 tour operators or private sector out there every year. Let them go, or every month, and you are visible. And tourism is a people business. It does not consider your degree, your PhD, and private sector. Because of greed of something, when they say skilling, even the universities are now skilling centers. Primary schools have become skilling centers. Everybody has become manager. Who is producing me? Private sector. Who is consuming me? Private sector. So government cannot monopolize everything there. You cannot teach me from primary school, secondary school, university, and you follow me when I'm going to work. So you can't do that.
No, Senior Herbert, you first stop there.
You can't do that.
Stop there a little bit. Because you have taken us really very fast. Transparency and accountability, visibility, skilling. The question is, how do we create that partnership? Because I have to give you one more minute, but before we get there, I would like to say the civil society has done a much better job in advocacy. And we in the private sector, as listed, Bwana Julius, you are hearing, we really need to come up with a huge package, not on the issues, but on how to solve the issues. The issues we should take ourselves. And say, government, this is what we want. If you want this, do this. Otherwise, don't disturb us. So, 1 minute, Herbert, because you are taking us very quickly. I need to have a pause.
Okay, quickly. The how to do it, it will depend on all of us to agree on how to do it, asking for accountability. If you don't do that, when you mention anything to do with government side, they will blacklist you, and they will never invite you in any meeting, and they don't even allow you to speak when they have a meeting. I will tell you.
Don't worry, Senior Herbert.
Now, quickly.
Julius here is teaching us how to do it.
Yes. Okay. Then, of course, normally we say infrastructure, we must have the road. Julius has talked about it. Then the packaging the country. Okay. We have to package the country properly. What do we sell to Kenyans? What do we sell to Americans? What do we sell to South Africans? What do we sell? We have to package it so that we make sure that everybody buys what they can afford. Last not the least, restock. Ladies and gentlemen, last week I drove through Chikagate border, entered Tanzania, came through Kenya. I drove 3,300 kilometers in 5 days. But what did I see? We are joking. We are escorts. We are just, escorts. We are an audience of the tourism space. 50 land cruisers going outside, one company going to where? A national park. Brand new. Come to Uganda. Vans. Very old. Smoking. We need to restock. When I say restocking, ladies and gentlemen who are here, restocking what they don't have, and we have it in plenty. We have national parks, 10 national parks, 10 game reserves. Can't we call out 10 game reserves for breeding animals? Can't you breed our own lions? You can never miss a lion in Tanzania. In Uganda, you can go for, days and days. No, let me tell you, Alan, it is very disheartening for somebody to save money for 10 years, and you are going to Uganda, the power of Africa, the power of, the power of Africa, that thing, the power of Africa, big name. You enter there, it's one of Queen Elizabeth National Park, big name, and you look for a lion, it takes you the whole day, 2 days, you have to get somebody to pay some more money for research, you go with a researcher. That's not business. You can't do that. No, we cannot do that. Finally, I want to pledge that the only thing we can develop our country is to widen tax base. We must make all tour operators, everybody, guide everybody to become tax compliant. But as they register, has to create an environment that even if I am operating on my phone today, this phone is an office, but I'm registered, have a tax number, please do. If you can give a tax holiday to somebody who has come from China, 5 years, what am I to me? Who is the domestic investor? And creating employment. You also give me a tax holiday for 10 years. The other one is 5 years, give me 10 years. And you monitor me because I've registered with you. I can always file my returns, monitor me. Creating an environment for domestic investment is extremely important, and you have to provide. Thank you very much.
Well. Thank you very much. That is that is something that we have to move with. Maybe, Bwana Alex, as you respond that once in a few minutes, there's this issue of having a predetermined tax, especially for the small guys. If I have a Kazigo somewhere, must I really go and do the recording of I have earned 300,000, now I've earned 400,000? Why don't you just simply say, for this kind of mizigos, so much for now, because I have 1 or 2 or 3. Until I grow up, it's the same thing you're going to witness in Mr. Yarohanga's place there. The tourists come not every day, but in seasons. How do we do it in such a way that even they feel they are part of the country? A little bit. But training them to begin accounting and all these packages, we will be in trouble soon. But we want them all to pay some little bit. Now to Senior Badrun Tege. For you, as a part of the private sector, you are even now part of the ATMs. And no, he will come in at the end. And why is it very important that you speak to us and guide where we should be going? Because it is a huge enabler, ICT. A very huge enabler to growth. I was joking about Bwana CEO having not grown up in the period of computers, but rather typewriters. Anyone who ever used a typewriter will tell you the fundamental change that has happened between a typewriter and the newest computer. Work has been, 1,010% increased in productivity. Now you have all these Kira buses being brought up. You have gotten not just a priority in the ATMs, the budgets have been increased. But the question is, are these increases, on how are these increases going to help in startups and SMEs? But also, how are they really going to ensure that we contribute to this economy, which is supposed to grow at 15%? The challenge we have been having is many of our SMEs don't even survive 2-3 years. You have told us that we innovate and do all these things, but we have refused to scale up. We need some guidance. What must we put in policy? What must the team advocate for in this area?
Thank you. I think one of the things that we could or we should celebrate as a success is the whole concept of the ATM and the EST being at the bottom. It is the enabler of all the ambitions that are on the table. And that is why I talked about, so I liked it when PSST was talking about the ambitions where we want to go. because up to now, even our policy has not been designed to scale. When you look at most of the policies that have been coming from government, there's not been a scaling mindset in the creation of those policies. And you see that in the areas that I really want us to understand more, which is regulation technology. Regulation technology is what is going to enable the collection of taxes. When Mr. Asim talked about the mining, right? Talked about how do we collect taxes from all these minerals. You're no longer going to collect them by these little tickets and chips that we write down. We need to embrace technology intentionally, right? And being intentional around that whole conversation. When you see the challenges that we've had with the traders, and as a sector, we're now engaging with URA in terms of there are better ways to scale this widening of the base, right? We can scale that through technology. We can scale that a lot wider. Let's just give some examples. Literally every trader, every market person uses a mobile phone somehow. Supposing the traders, or let me just even look at my favorite people, the boda people. If each of them just paid 500 shillings per day in taxes, just 500 shillings, right? Because today they don't pay, because we don't know how to collect those taxes. So the point is, how do we scale? We can only scale with the technology, and I'm glad that this particular budget has paid attention to that in writing. Our challenge now is to take that out of writing and make it practical. And the challenge now to our government and our policy makers, and also like what PSST says, that they don't execute. They make the policy and not what? Execute. If you look at a lot of the developed economies, a lot of the work we find government doing is outsourced to contractors who execute. So an IT department in URA should not be the one executing EFRIS. There should be 20 small companies in every little town being able to execute and help the traders put EFRIS in place. That's how we're going to get the widening of the base. They don't have enough people. When we visited URSB some time back as PSFU, and they talked about government, them needing 500 more employees to be able to do the job they do. Is URSB, yeah? No. Who's in? UNBS, sorry, I apologize. UNBS, right? They don't need 500 more employees. They need to outsource to 100 companies which are private sector. And I liked the words of PSST. We want to see the actions, and I think it's our job to make sure those actions happen. But that will only happen and can only happen with ICT. Prior to that, it was difficult, but today you can outsource to a standards entity which does a test in real time. They get the test in real time at UNBS, and they can make the final decision. But in the field, with the help of ICT, somebody's doing that work. And that's where we should be looking at taking the scaling I talked about. For the last 10 years, all our budgets have been perfect, but they just never scale because they've not been designed for scale. This one I like in words. It's designed for scale. Practicality, we need to make it scale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antegi. Practicality in scaling. And you have mentioned a few things which are very critical. Number one, you have talked about job creation through scaling of ICT. There is in another language, that thing is called Arbeitsbeschaffungsmaßnahmen.
I've lost now.
that you do everything in an economy to create jobs, because that's where the taxes really are. If you can get the 24 million Ugandans to be doing something, A, you'll pay less healthcare. B, you'll pay less education. C, you'll get more taxes. What exactly the PSST has said. Now, as you hand over, because you have to have some strategies in the ICT, the issue has been, how do you grow this economy? You have told us ICT is an enabler. Next to you is the tax collector. You have told him, by the way, through ICT, you can really collect much more taxes. The question is not even the how, but what is really stopping us? What is impeding us? What must we advocate for?
I don't think it's about advocacy. It's about a change of mind.
Okay.
We recently looked at the digital stamp, right? We all focus on the machine that does the stamping and not the outcome, right? So now our friends at URA go to a company like UBL, running $1 million equipment, which will give them all the data that they're looking for. But they insist that they install a third-party piece of equipment. So there's a lack of trust there, because his machines are critical to his business. And I think the MD told us that he had a capacity to run 80 crates an hour, or 80,000. But because of having to put this third-party piece of equipment, it slows him down. ICT, let's trust the fact that we can integrate, and even at URA you can get real-time value coming from these factories. So you don't need to get them to do this third-party equipment. And that way they generate more money. So it's a mindset thing, but all of us naturally, as Ugandans, or through the policy conversation, we focus so much on the process and not the outcome. Technology is able to give you the outcome in very many different processes. So if you allow us, the techies, tell us what you want to achieve at the end. Don't dictate how we give it to you.
You've been told in typical private sector, the end shall justify. Say, the end shall justify the means. We don't really focus on the process. This is impeding the results. What should we do? Now, Alex, you have high targets. Even in this time around, I don't know whether you're going to hit the target for this year. We shall see in a few days whether you'll be celebrating at the headquarters. You know, whenever you hit the targets, we see you celebrating. I hear you could celebrate every day if you talk to the techies, as the word is. The question that we have is, what should we, according to you, what should we really do to broaden this tax base? What are your pushes that say, you know what, the same people are paying the same taxes, the list is the same. What could we do to broaden this tax base? And as you say that, you have the other challenge that your targets are increasing, competitiveness maybe not, the companies are not surviving, some have even shifted to Tanzania, we know some are shifting to Congo. How are you trying to ensure that you balance these things? Allow me also to add the third one, because you have listened too much. I want to give you your 5 minutes so that you are good to go. Yet you have that high, they have increased your target to now, magic is there going to be for you to collect those taxes, but please not from the same people. Shoot.
Yes, thank you, Alan, for asking that question. But also, before I respond to them, allow me to thank the PSFU for inviting URA. I first of all bring apologies from the Commissioner General. He had a very urgent engagement that he could not be able to come here, so he requested me to represent him. I also want to appreciate all the contributions from my fellow panelists, and to mention that as URA, this kind of engagement is crucial for us, because these are moments where we get feedback. The private sector is what makes us exist as URA. And so we are really grateful to be here. Now, getting back to the question you raised, yeah, in this conversation, it's true, the target of URA this year has been increased to about 32 trillion. And currently, of course, we are facing a deficit of about 1.8 trillion. But I'm believing God, you know, we are people of faith, by faith. But of course, with the support of the private sector. We can't do anything without the private sector. I need to take note of that. Yeah, it's true that we've been grappling with the issue of the taxpayers, and particularly the taxpayer register. That has been narrow. From the time that the Commissioner General came to URA in 2020, his first objective was to expand the taxpayer register, because you can't really honestly tax the same taxpayers year in, year out. But there was a need, therefore, to see how we can bring in other taxpayers within the bracket of tax collection. And I do totally agree with the Ntege here that technology is important, but also working together in a collaborative effort is very crucial in this endeavor. Now, one of the things that we've done so far is we've tried to expand the taxpayers register. From 2020, we've increased the taxpayer register to about 1.8 million, to the current 3.3 million taxpayers. But our target is to, yeah, you can clap for that, yes. Our target, yes. Our target is to raise it to around 5 million taxpayers. That's the target. And so far, every year, I need to say that to see to it that we increase the taxpayers register. The first thing we've done is we are doing a lot of sensitization. Very, very important. Of course, not every person will have to be on the taxpayers register. There are thresholds that we need to observe. And if you realize, URA came up with a strategy known as the Taxpayer Register Expansion Program. Now, this program works together with other players. We work with the local authorities, we work with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Like the PSST said, we need to first of all allow the SMEs to grow and reach a certain level before they can be taxed. And work registering for a tax identification number is so cumbersome. We decided to simplify this. And one of the ways we've simplified them, of course, is digital, as you're saying. You go to the URA website, you can get your taxpayer registered within a short time. But we're also working together with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, that it's a one-stop point. Once a taxpayer wants to register, they can register there. But we've also brought services closer to the people. We have a mobile office that has been moving throughout the country to be able to provide services to those unreachable areas. We managed to get some 3 buses that move, and it's always on the move, to go to the different towns, engage them, where we can then engage some of the people who are supposed to be on the register. We've also implemented additional staff, which is one of the things that we are doing, because it's a challenge. Normally, when the staffing levels are low, you cannot, therefore, effectively run some of these activities. So with that, we hope we can be able to expand. But also, beyond expanding the taxpayers register, we are trying to create an environment that is conducive for investment. If you realize, I was discussing with a colleague behind there, the approach that UR has been taking now is it's different from the past. We have changed our language in that calling taxpayers, we rather call them clients. And also, we find it important that we work together with them. And I remember in one of the submissions here, they were saying that URA now has a listening ear. Now, those kind of engagements help us to bring on board the issues in terms of the profitability. For example, how the domestic, how do we, for example, maintain the business profitability and competitiveness of these entities? We, of course, as URA, we implement tax policy. But what I know is that in the conversations that we have regarding some of the incentives that we provide to taxpayers, it's an effort to bring on board, tax measures that attract, tax reliefs, for example. We've got, if you know, right now, there are some in the tax measure that has come right now. For example, capital gains tax has been removed for some entities that are, especially regarding these futures and so on, in the capitals market for certain kind of products. Then also, if you see the 0.5% fee that is supposed to be paid for withdrawal of money has been limited to other banks, but mobile money and some of these other solutions like these agents, they've removed them. So there are a number of other initiatives, even in terms of customs. We've tried to engage the EAC to provide exemptions, especially to support our domestic industries. We've got duty remission schemes. We have, for example, stays of application. Now, all these are things that help to attract, people to come. And these facilities are available for every manufacturer, for instance. We've been working closely together with UMA, you're aware, to try and make sure that we increase the profitability of these companies. And so as the profitability rises and the competitiveness comes on board, then it enables, tax, more players come on board, more investment come in the economy, and therefore that helps us. Maybe the final thing that I wanted to say is, in terms of the questions you asked, I hope I'm not jumping the questions and to go beyond some of the questions we have a policy in URA for purposes of creating, we have a domestic revenue mobilization strategy that, government has put in place. In part of that, we look at digital solutions and automation. If you look at the theme of our budget right now, it's one of, and this, we've done that, we've tried to ensure that time should not be wasted. And this all brings in profitability. And once you do that, we've got a number of initiatives that I may not, give you all of them, both in customs, in terms of, non-intrusive inspection. We have things to do with electronic cargo tracking. Of course, not to say we've talked about IFRIS. That's another topic I know we can talk about that. We've got digital tax solutions, as my colleague have said. Now, all these are trying to automate and make sure that the work we do is more efficient, the taxpayers get more convenience. We've introduced authorized economic operator facilities. All these are aimed to make sure that the environment for business, having engagements with CACITA to see how we can support them. And so I think those are some of the
things. I just want you to go there for 1 minute. But before you go, because we want you to give comfort to our traders that everything is being done for them to be able to pay tax without them going under. I'll give you 1 minute to do that, but before you do that, I will beg for the indulgence of just 5 to 7 minutes, because we'd like to have some of you in the audience, if you have any questions. Are there any questions in the audience? Please, you put up, there are 1, 2, oh no. Okay, I asked, not knowing that Mr. Julius here is going to put up his hand, but if he insists, I'll only have 4, then we will conclude this panel. However, just please provide some comfort that everything is being done. Yeah. We don't want our traders on the streets. We want them in the shops selling. What are those hidden things that we should know, that we should get out of here, knowing that everything is being done?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yes, I'm here really to give comfort to our traders. Like we said, URA has an open door policy. And we've been having engagements with traders, listening to their pleas, to ensure that really we make good our promises. I can give you an example of recently when we had the IFRIS strike, one of the concerns that the traders had of some of those penalties. So I want to give assurance to our traders that we are really ready to work with them. And you are aware you are introduced what we call the alternative dispute resolution mechanism. The purpose of that was to say, look, if we have got any disputes, we don't need to go to court. Come, let's sit together, let's talk. And a number of clients have been coming, and we've resolved so many issues. URA has a listening ear. Thank you so much.
So, thank you with that. I would like, with that quote from the Bible, I know you're a man of faith. Come, let us reason together. I really hope we are going to reason together. I just wanted to remind Senior Herbert and my brother Humphrey that if you want to know about mineral tourism, my father here can tell you the story of Kasese and Kilembe mines. He will paint for you a picture of paradise of the mines. So please, before you go anywhere else, please contact him. Once you are satisfied, you'll know what to do. Now, there was a question down there. We'll have one. We'll have another question, two, and we'll end up at this.
Thank you very much.
There are two high tables.
My question, I think, was supposed to go to, the first one is supposed to be going to government.
Yes.
In this case, the Ministry of Finance, and also the Ministry of Education. You see, the private sector, my name is Atombi Arugaba, I'm the president of FUCAF, a Federation of Uganda Customs Agents and Freight Forwarders. Now, education was given a budget among the social services. And you know, much of the SMEs are people who are low-income earners. During my small research, I found out that most of the schools are really dilapidated and not very far within the areas in Wakiso here. And you'll find that the private sector or the members, the SMEs and other people working within the private sector are spending a lot of their money taking children to private schools. And that's a lot of money going. Why are they taking them to private schools? Because the primary UPE schools are in a very poor state. And when I hear PSST saying that we are getting to that middle, I feel so perturbed, because if you get Entebbe Road here and you check the UPE schools, you really get ashamed. You say, is this our government or something? A few meters away from State House. So what am I saying? The trillions of money that have been sent, or billions of money sent to education, should go into renovating, equipping, and expanding on the UPE schools so that they can reduce the expenditure of our people who are struggling, the small-scale industries, who are struggling to pay 1 million shilling school fees in private schools.
Okay.
That money would help us do something. So I beg Ministry of Finance, URA, to pass on that one. I was also saying that...
1 minute, please.
1 minute. There is an issue. There is a lack of money in the economy. Everywhere you go, you can see that there are indicators that there is no money. My brother Alex can testify that in the container yards, ICDs, they are no longer containers. Our traders are no longer importing. Some of our importers who are bringing goods are actually warehousing them and are clearing them in bits. The few importers who are bringing goods are bringing goods on order. Now that's a reason why there is no money in the economy. Right now as I speak, the traffic jams are not there. We go to town and go to the building. Some of these storage buildings no longer have people who are renting the second floors. Go to the Nakumat, the shops are closed. Are you telling me that there is something, our economy is going up or it's going down, or what's happening? Definitely there must be a problem somewhere, and somebody must be able to answer that question. Did we rush so much to go into Bubu, buy Uganda, build Uganda, so that we put more taxes on goods that were somehow stabilizing the economy, putting some money into some people's pockets? Because if you tax jeans or any textile material at 35%, and I would ask you here, how many of you are putting on shirts made in Uganda? How many? Just put up a hand, say, my shirt was made here. That means that you are actually paying that 35%, which means it brings down, you get it? So there's a problem somewhere. I think we need to go back and look at all these issues and see how we revive I could have had so many questions, but I will get time to pass them on to you. Thank you.
Yes. As we discuss, please, we are the private sector in this room. And we need to ask ourselves the direction we want to go. Yes, please. I am being told time. Please, half a minute each, and we let them answer, and so that we can move.
Thank you, sir. I will be brief. My name is Richard Ayesigwa. I work with CORD as a research fellow. And I want to ask Mr. Simwe Herbert. He talked about the smoking cars in Uganda within the tourism industry. But what we understand is that government has exempted taxes on cars meant for tourists, but also there are other initiatives going on, including if you are constructing like a 5-star hotel, you have, and a number of other things that they are doing to make sure that the sector moves forward. So such things like transport, where they have already done something, what else do you need them to do? Should they provide the cars now? But because you have a number of players here that are buying these cars that are already as the association.
Okay. What should we do more in that area?
Yeah. Then the second...
No, let us give the others a chance, because I'm being told to get out of here. Please, let us come to the two high tables here and conclude. Yes, there are two questions here, and then we'll go to Mr. Kaziwe, and then we'll finish.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think mine is a comment and a question. One is I would like us as private sector to put the fight against corruption also at the forefront. We pay back at a commission. So when you see myself and Arthur and Stephen on TV say, please let's stop corruption, I think you need to join that particular fight. One last one for me is, for you...
You're not clapping, please. Clap for that one.
We are all Ugandans. We are not going to be exported anywhere. Lastly, I think for URA for me is... I used to push you so hard, I sort of relaxed, because you are not policy makers. You are the implementers. They give you targets, to fulfill. But I think it is the fulfillment where you come in properly. Now, with the new tax bills, for example, how are we prepared to pay them? Because they just came 1 month ago, and we're supposed to pay again back. But I have two advices only. One is you can expand your tax base by creating partnerships. I've just realized we have 38 Ugandan districts with borders. And I don't think we are going to be in all those districts with the border points to collect all the revenues. Why don't you partner with the districts to collect custom duties for you, and you give them a commission? Why don't you partner with urban centers that have got property registers to collect for you rent, which is currently seriously underperforming? You give them a commission. Thereby you can expand our taxation base. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a very good idea.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me a chance. I'm Dr. Binomucha Arthur. I'm the Executive Director, CORD. Just very briefly, I'm thinking about broadening the tax base, but also modernizing our people. If we have the border riders, they have many? 10 million?
1.5.
1.5. Why are we leaving them out of the formal economy? And actually, most people think border people are mad. We think there's something wrong with them. It's because they are being neglected. And these are serious people. They are looking for a living. So one way of actually bringing them into the economy, modernizing them, is actually targeting them and bring them to pay tax. But train them. Reach them, train them, let them form they already have actually their associations, modernize them, and actually get them into the tax base. Let them pay. If these women, small businesses are paying, why not a border person actually who earns a lot of money, and because they have not been targeted, they waste money on useless things. Secondly, I have not heard anything about the energy sector. I think the energy sector should be targeted. We need to bring the cost of energy down. It should be affordable because actually it would encourage many businesses to start. So I've not heard. So I think we could target, bring them there. The other thing, I was looking at the PDM. Could we take advantage of the PDM and actually have a bank emerge, like an agricultural bank, emerge from the PDM where we're going to be putting 1 billion, actually a trillion every year? Because once actually it is succeeded, a bank could emerge and actually have like the Chinese who have an agricultural bank. Finally, at the private sector foundation, I thought that you may need also to, in politics, that drives trade and business, you will have some issues. And I was looking at this man, the president of Kenya. He went to the US. And actually, Kenya has been targeted because they have given them a special status in NATO. Yep. Yeah? What does that mean? They are targeting Kenya to become a gateway into East Africa. And actually, they want Kenya to negotiate outside of the East African community. And it's going to complicate issues. But it has not only been targeted by the Americans. I was a guest of the Chinese government when Kalonzo Musyoka was actually vice president, and they thought he was going to be a president. They took us as civil society and other leaders to China, and of course they were brainwashing us. And actually, you know, the CCTV, the headquarters are in Kenya. So China also was entering Africa through Kenya. So that is politics. So on your team, you have these brilliant economists. I would suggest that you also have people who can do the international politics analysis and integrate it with business so that we can have an understanding of the international politics, regional politics, and our local politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I'm just out of my clan, let my father also say something.
I will be very brief. Mine is, first of all, I commend PSFU for good work. Our issues in private sector, especially in manufacturing, are very many. We need another day to sit and talk about them. But all I can say, we're not doing very well. So I'm not calling for doom. But one thing I want that you have a research department. I want to, one time this research of yours, he gives me some small time. What did I want to say to add what Alexander has said? You can increase the tax base, but we must also look how many other companies went out of business and closed. Okay? It's very important to know why did they close? And if they closed, where did they go? And these ones who came, where are they coming? Because somebody will come to Uganda because there's an incentive, 10-year tax holiday. After the tax holiday, he will go. But now you will count that you have increased your tax base, and this guy is not paying any tax. I'll give you an example. We do a lot of business across different ventures. We're in transport. We pay advance tax. But when I see the trucks on the road, how many truck owners pay advance tax? You will come to Mukwano because Mukwano is registered. He has to pay advance tax. His truck. So now he talked about border Arthur. I'll give you an example. How are you not sure that the guy who was the biggest importer of tails, having a capital of 20 billion, he's no longer importing tails, he has bought 10,000 motorcycles and given them to borders. So his 20 billion, he has turned them into borders, they're on the road, and he's not paying anything, and he's making good money. And you think this borders is cheap business. Go and do what I would call income generated every day from each border. If you had 10,000 borders, how much money are you making?
1.5 million borders, sir.
Oh, no, I'm just saying this guy has only put 5,000 borders. Instead of going into doing business of 20 billion, where he's having problems with URA, now he registers, goes informal. Yeah. Yes. So some other guy has been having a very big workshop, now he goes informal, gets boys, they're doing welding, doing windows and everything else. Me, Sarah, Kajinga, everybody is building, you are making windows. These guys are not paying anything. So casemates will close.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to Namuongo here. How many people are doing aluminium works? How many of those are registered paying taxes? How do you expect casemates to survive? So that's all I'm saying, that the research department, if we want to grow the economy in the business sector, we must look at those who are there now, and those who went out of business. In each sector, like you put them here, transport, ICT, manufacturing, agriculture, and then make a follow-up and see the ones who are coming in. I'll give you an example. The last time I saw a register of people with VAT deregistered, 300 were Chinese companies. Why? Where did these Chinese go? How much money did they go with without paying us? Thank you.
Wow, as you have indeed said, we shall talk manufacturing on another day, but Alex, for your own information, the manufacturing sector stands at 54% capacity utilization. You are about to lose you lost 40 companies to Tanzania last year. You are about to lose another 15 who are reported to us this year. So you are in for big trouble. But why are they going is what Mr. Rabogo is asking. So, Mr. Kazimwe.
Thank you. It was sad I got here when the PSST had left. But today is the World Music Day. And for us, we have been the oldest industry, but we are called the latest industry. It was so sad that I was following everything online, and when people talk about the budget, post-budget, I see a budget where there is no creative sector. It is called an intentional massacre. Every business, all the panelists here, they depend on the creative sector. The tourism industry, what they call the night economy, depends on the creative sector. The nightclubs, the hotels. And we're talking about packaging the tourism industry. You cannot package the tourism industry without the creative sector. Because there is no way we get visitors at the airport and people are not dancing. There's no way. Now the one who is working on this sound is an engineer, is a DJ who is giving us the sound. But no one is looking at the creative sector. When we talk about the budget, when I was invited to come here, I had two options. I said, but I can give the excuse of being at the World Music Day because I'm the chairman of the National Culture Forum. But I'm on a post-budget dialogue where the creative sector is not talked about. So why? I'm not emotional. I want to say the truth. The biggest companies paying the biggest taxes in Uganda depend on the creative sector. It is the content, the film, the music that MTN and Airtel put on the phones to make the taxes that URA gets. And no one talks about it. I'm talking about if Mr. Lujoki came here today, now I'm talking about the CRBT. That ringtone that you have on your phone, it is 700 shillings. And the artist who creates the song gets 56 shillings only. The money goes to URA, 18% VAT, 12% exercise duty. Now that is 30 off before the artist who has made the film or the song gets anything. Then the platform, then the Pakistan.
Wow. I'm going to touch back again on the digitization and the ability for digital to enable scale. Then I also want to touch about, some talked about, and this is out of my space, but let me share an opinion here. On clothing, we need to domesticate the business of shirts, clothing that we wear. It's the biggest business in the country. We have 48 million people. If on average somebody says about they spend about $150 a year on clothing on average, right? That's $7.2 billion. That's an industry that can create a whole lot of business. So I'm on the side of people who say, let's not import clothing. Let's make the industry and domesticate it here. That bit there, I think we need to think that way. There was a conversation on border borders. My favorite, border borders contribute 7% of our GDP. And this calculation, if anybody doubts, border does 3 trips an hour at 5K. Just give him 8 hours a day. Do that calculation. You get about $2 billion a year, right? So that market, if we digitize, we can collect that money very quickly. The only other thing that I also wanted us to talk about where digitization is important is we need to figure out how we now go back to away from this pay-as-you-go concept. Pay-as-you-go is the biggest creator of poverty. I make my money and then I give it to the big company so that they can reinvest it. So you're getting this poor person who just made his 10K to prepay for his electricity so that the big company can reinvest. That 10K could have done, he could have reinvested that 10K in a day. But digitization is enabling us to think different around this post-pay phenomena. It is the biggest creator of poverty. If we think about poverty alleviation, remove the pay-as-you-go or the prepay, the post-pay, especially Yaka crazy. Remove that. Digitization enables us to do that. So what we're actually saying, for me, from what I've heard and what I've heard from the room, is we need to think about policy now with the ability of what digital has enabled. And that's why I said I like the fact that STI was at the bottom, but it has to be how we think. So they ask again to, I think for me, all my panelists, because you all touched on challenges that we already have solutions for. As Uganda, we have some of the brightest IT people, right? The education system we've bashed, but every day I speak to young people, I'm amazed at the amount of ability that we have, but we're not using it. All of the challenges shared by my panelists here can be fixed in a very short time by the brains we have within the country. That will be my parting shot.
Thank you very much. Bwana Joseph, you want to say, please, in 1 minute, your parting shots.
Thank you very much. They say, if you have eaten today, thank the farmer. Therefore, if we are exporting or buying any agricultural produce, the bulk of the income should go to the farmer. And therefore, I'm looking forward to investment in farmer institutional development. The concept of cooperatives at production centers is key because it helps access to mechanization. It is critical for finance. The bank that the ED Accord was talking about would come in there handy because members in the same community have governance that they trust in. It is a democratically elected one. So let's invest in cooperatives. The cooperatives also will help mechanization. When you give a tractor to a cooperative, the maintenance is better. There's something that is affecting agricultural exports, and we can't just close our eyes to it because we know market access drives investment backwards. So the issue of the standards must come out in how we invest the little money that has been provided. How do we invest in quality production facing the market target that we are looking at? So let's look backwards and readjust our budget. And look, finally, may I ask the budget people, government, don't budget for us. Brother, budget with us.
Thank you very much.
The budget cycle must be integrated with the private sector as well as the government sector. Ministries shouldn't sit in their boardrooms and do budgets. Call us as private sector, let us budget together because you are working for us.
Thank you. Bwana Humphrey.
Thank
A
you.
round of applause.
A lot has been said. I will make just 2 parting shots. The very first one is on oil and gas. Soon and very soon, this country is going to experience a windfall around oil and gas. But like any other Ugandan, my fear remains, will that windfall not be stolen? Okay? because we can talk about the possible development that can come from all this revenue suddenly getting into the economy. But we need to definitely, and I agree, we need to definitely tackle the issue of corruption from whatever level it is at. The second issue is, of course, on expanding the tax base. We've talked about the artisanal mining, the artisanal miners who need to be formalized in order to expand the tax base and have them in the formal economy as well, because they are making quite a bit, and if they are not formalized, they'll continue to be smuggling. But also, it's important, and I'll just make a comment around the whole digitalization of our economy and making sure that we cut short processes. Recently, we're in Tanzania. It takes you 5 days in Tanzania to get a mining license. It takes you 9 months in Uganda to get a mining license. Where do you think somebody will invest? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to quickly say, one appeal is my prayer is that all of you become tourists, take a holiday, don't die of stress, visit some place of Uganda. Please.
No.
All of you. Become
No
tourists.
further comment on that.
Become tourists and visit somewhere. Then you come and share on your Facebook, on your Twitter, that you visited the place, a cultural site, you visited something, but you went out of home. Take it, take a holiday. Number two, the gentleman said, he asked me a question that the government is already giving us incentives. I just want to answer it in a simple way, that PSF has prepared this room. It looks very nice, glamour. It's just so nice, well decorated. You enter here, no chairs. Can you sit here? No. They give us incentives, the car, yes, but environment still has a problem. That's why we are saying, can we sit together, budget together? Can we budget together? Can we share priorities and know where we are going so that we don't complain and do accountability to each other? Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And when Alex, you have the last word.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Now, I just have 4 things to say. The first thing is, one, as URA, we are committed to support the private sector and to continue with an open door policy. Now, the second thing is, there are good ideas that have emerged, and they're very, very, very valuable. We are taking them up, and we shall have conversation as government. Because, you see, you cannot say, we know it all. We need to get ideas. These are moments of feedback that we can get. So we really want to appreciate those contributions. The third point, as I wind up, is we want to thank you, those who have been paying their taxes promptly. Yes, we want to appreciate you for paying your taxes promptly. Yeah, because we need the taxes. And this is the point I want to conclude on. And I think there are 2 issues that were raised by my brother here about transparency and honesty in our transactions. This is okay, you're saying we should apologize for the but that's for another day. We need to pay our taxes. The country we need the revenue. And this country belongs to all of us. And it takes you and I to support the revenue effort. It's not a one-man show, but all of us can contribute collectively. So let's fulfill our obligations, and we are ready to support. In case of any challenges come to us, we shall be able to. But we want to encourage compliance, and we want to ask PSFU to encourage compliance from their members so that we help our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alex. As Bwana Julius, you come to the front, chairperson, please, one thing which is coming through, or 2 things or 3 which are coming through, is cooperatives. We need to put our efforts on cooperatives, ICT. We have had standards. We have had the time it takes to process things in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the end of our discussion. Allow me to hand over, first of all, a round of applause to the panel. They have done really a wonderful job. Okay. Before you step down, we need to have a photo with the high table. Chair, please walk to the front, and Chair Policy, please walk to the front. Bwana CEO, please join, and CMO, the board, please join. We have this photo very quickly with our distinguished panel. I really need to hand over. Dr. Julius, please take over.
policy guys can, with Aaron as well. Thank you so much, Aaron and the panelists. This has been a very informative conversation. On corruption, Mr. Julius, my name is Mukunda. PSFU and our SG Plus project, we've put in place a private sector corruption reporting facility. It's an online facility, anonymous. There is a free line. I think we are going to share much information with you in civil society space, such that we can also get reports and we escalate them. We have a fully fledged facility with its server and everything, and people manning it to report corruption. I think Boda Boda has also come up prominently, our elder Mr. Rabogo, and maybe to the information of our URA colleague, we've written a very good paper on how to change the Boda Boda industry. We've shared this with URA, and the method is, as rightly stated by Mr. Badru, digitize, track, trace, and tax. So at this moment, allow me quickly invite in 2 minutes Mr. Innocent Arinito to share with us in 3 minutes about Emyoga and microfinance support for the private sector. Then I will invite the chair to bid us farewell. Thank you. In 5 minutes, we should be closing. Innocent Arinito, if you are around, very quickly, in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arinaito Innocent. I work with the Microfinance Support Center. And I'm here with my colleague, Madam Yvonne. Can stand up. You have given me 3 minutes, and I will just be brief. Microfinance Support Center is a government agency that was established in 2001. And we have 2 core mandates. One, it is to give affordable microcredit to Ugandans, especially those in agriculture and the active poor. And secondly, is to give capacity building to Ugandans. Our core clients, we have circles, we have groups, and then we have other cooperatives like SMEs, like SEEs. The reason of today, the presentation was about the wealth creation programs, which was supposed to be presented by the Minister of Finance. But Microfinance Support Center is the lead implementing agency of the Emyoga program, or the Presidential Initiative on Job and Wealth Creation. This is a program that started in 2019, and it is targeting the marginalized or the financially excluded Ugandans who fall under the 18 categories. Most of them were mentioned here. We have the Boda Bodas, we have the women entrepreneurs, we have the youth, we have the PWDs, to mention but a few. In total, we have formed 7,016 circles, which are located at the constituency level, and a total of 11,850 associations, which are formed at the parish level. We have so far disbursed 268 billion to these circles, and a total of 86 billion has so far been saved by these circles. The reason why the president introduced Emyoga was to instill the saving culture in Ugandans, and it has really been achieved. A total of 290 billion has been disbursed to Ugandans, and we have a total beneficiaries of 6,636 members, and a recovery of 102 billion. These Emyoga circles were registered on a probational basis of 2 years, and the PSST talked about the formalization of businesses. These are undergoing a renewal of their certificates by the Ministry of Trade, and such that their businesses can be formalized. The PSST talked about a good thing that caught my eye, which was about the PPDA, whereby percentages will be allocated to the women, youth, and the PWDs. Under Emyoga, we have women entrepreneurs, we have youth leaders, and we have PWDs who have their circles. And currently, we have many circles which are dealing in value addition. For example, carpenters, they are making furniture. We have welders, they are making doors and windows. We have all those categories that will benefit under this new arrangement. And all our circles, most of them are dealing in value addition, whereby we have women doing wine, we have those who are doing shea butter and other products. And currently we are working in partnership with VLSB and URA and UNBS to make sure that their products can be certified and they can be on Uganda markets, such that they can also contribute to the economy of this country. What we are planning to do this year, the President and the budget has allocated more money, and we are adding 20 million to every circle that was established. Here in Kampala, mobilization is still going on, such that we can form more circles for border riders, for women entrepreneurs, among others. We shall also make sure that these circles that have products can be trained on how they can be certified and get the UNBS license. We have offices across the country in all sub-regions. You can connect these circles, these groups, to come and benefit from the Microfinance Support Center as a government entity that gives affordable credit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Microfinance Support Center, and we encourage our members to really tap into those opportunities. Let me invite the Vice Chair, PSFU, to bid us farewell as we go back to doing business. Thank you so much, Vice Chair.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for responding to our invitation. We have come to a resounding end of this dialogue. For us, work just starts. As you have seen, the CEO has given a fantastic update on what we have been up to. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the CEO and your team, Julius, our Director Policy, Shali, and all of you for sharing your reflections. We really are going to co-opt them, and because now budgeting process has just what? Begun. Somebody suggested earlier that we need to co-opt politicians or people engaged in politics. So just to clarify that PSFU is non-partisan. Our corporate governance is really, really strict, which is why you see we are overwhelmed by requests for partnerships. But we value our partnership with MasterCard Foundation on their strategic goal of creating 30 million jobs by 2030 for African youth. Our strategic partnership with the World Bank and the Republic of Uganda on implementation of We have run very fast, like the CEO updated you. We are training women, formalizing businesses, partnership with Uganda National Bureau of Standards, because without those standards, we cannot penetrate any market. But also, regarding non-tariff barriers and all these issues, just to reassure you that we are a very, very switched-on team. You know very well that it's heads of state that have plenipotentiary authority to make decisions for countries, and which is why we are always in those rooms with diplomats to share a matrix of issues that affects the private sector. And these things are getting resolved. We have been pushing for harmonization of industrial policies in the region. Non-tariff barriers with Kenya are getting resolved. We welcome the robust joint monitoring mechanism that is being implemented. With Tanzania, we had a business forum recently, and we had the opportunity to read the declaration where the two governments reassured us that these non-tariff barriers are going to what? To be resolved. On the creative sector, it is true, Ragadi and his colleagues have lent a voice to amplifying matters around creatives. We understand this very well as PSFU, which is why the last 2 years, one of our key board members represents the creatives sector. And as you have heard from the CEO, our board is uniquely structured. We are elected from our sectors. But it's true that the creative sector in Uganda is lagging behind. If you could permit me 1 minute to share the statistics on the African continent, the size of the creative industry is $158 billion. In comparison, the UK creative one alone is $130 billion. Nigeria's creative industry is worth $4.5 billion. And Uganda's, according to available statistics, is worth $1.6 billion. So there is room for improvement. We know that government is also woke to that. You saw intellectual property rights being pushed, the law on local content. So we will continue to foster these collaborations with government, and we will be here again next year for more reflections. But before then, work begins for us, and this is just the beginning of this work. These teams of PSFU you have seen here go to bed, I think, the latest in this country. But otherwise, we thank you for trusting us with the leadership of the private sector. And once again, greetings from our chair, Humphrey Nzei, who has wished us great deliberations. And please, those of you watching us online, take advantage of the opportunities that this new budget presents. Thank you very much, and I declare this dialogue closed.
CSBAG has been a very great partner. Siatini, they have been great partners. Uganda Debt Network, they have been great. Uganda Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. But most importantly, you, the private sector, who have equipped us to engage government. Thank you so much.
It's too late, and it's